All right, I believe we're live right here. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? How y'all doing tonight?
Baby, please don't go. Baby, please don't go. Baby, please don't go down to New Orleans. You know I love you so. Or I be your dog. Or I be your dog. Or I be your dog. I'll get you way down here. Now, baby, walk along. Baby, please don't go. Baby, please don't go. Baby, please don't go down to New Orleans. You know I love you so. I know your man done gone. I know your man done gone. I know your man done gone down the country farm where the shack is home. Turn your lamp down low. Turn your lamp down low. Turn your lamp down low. Now, baby, wall to wall, baby, shack and home. Baby, please don't go. Baby, please don't go. Baby, please don't go down to New Orleans. You know I love you
All right, what's up, ladies and gentlemen? How y'all doing tonight? Let me get the background music going here. Okay. I quit smoking last Sunday, so you're getting a zombie Ed tonight. I'm not 100% back to normal. I feel really good and really bad at the same time. You know, still kind of strung out from nicotine withdrawal. See who's in the house. Frank Morgendorfer says, good morning, Ed. What's up? Christy Bush in the house. Christy says, hey, y'all. What's up? Bears Den says, what's up, everyone? How you doing, man? And Hooli in Santa Guida says, looking forward to this live stream. Ed Blues Rocker says, I'll be back in half an hour making a beer run. I got me plenty of beer. And let's see, George Ordway says, aloha from the Maine woods. Another great day, but need rain. Let's see, Scattered Lodges says, way to go, Ed. Stay off those damn things. Talking about the cigarettes. Ron says, hang in there, brother. Stay strong. Yeah, quit smoking Sunday morning. So, like, if you're into trolling people and stuff, like, now is the perfect time. It's like the perfect time to request me play some stupid shit off of a Kiss album or you know, something like that. Shit. I'm not a happy man today. Do need to get a little bit of alcohol in me. I hope that don't make me want to smoke, but I ain't got none on me in here. So. Ron says, hang in there, brother. Let's see, Adam Carey says, I'm proud of you for stopping smoking, Ed. Way to go, from Windsor, Ontario. Cool, appreciate that, man. Ordway says, sweet, Ed, do you have any golden earring in you? No, I don't. Stephen Schutte says, hey there from 6,200 feet in Colorado, still drinking Sam Adams Oktoberfest as we speak. I wish I had some. I just got some piss beer tonight. Mari says, howdy, Ed, what's up? How you doing, man? Ron says, how about some Leonard Skinner? Yeah, right. Let's see, Out of Time says, good luck, brother. Topher Barrow says, let's see, smoking in the boys' room, right? I used to kind of know that one. Stephen Schutte says, I went from cigs to Swisher Sweet Mini cigars, which are probably worse for you. I don't know. Talking about like them little fucking little cigarellos or whatever. Ron says, like the stream, people. Yeah, hit that like button, subscribe, share, do all that good stuff if you haven't done so already. Adam Carey says, any Emerson, Lake and Palmer songs in you? Oh, no, God, no. I ain't got no kind of keyboard skills. Julian Santaguita says, it's a good thing that I don't smoke. How about some Boom, 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 John Lee Hooker? I'll play some of that in a little bit, all right. Major Third says, howdy, Ed. How you doing, man? Jeffrey Albertson says, good evening, Ed and party people. Today's my kid's third birthday. He's really likes your Love in Vain video. He's got his guitar, strums along. Oh, cool. That's awesome. Ordway says, Ed, you have now entered the Twilight Zone. Right, yeah. Zombie Ed tonight. But before last Sunday, about 50% of my body was nicotine. So I'm still kind of recovering from that. Ron says, good to see you, man. How was your week, brother? I'm doing pretty good, pretty good. I'm going to get some a beer or a shot of something. Turn on the air for a second. It was kind of cool today. It's about 80 something today. That's kind of atypical for South Carolina this time of year. Miller time. How about a shot, y'all? Victor Swenson says, just don't take another puff. You have all the nicotine out. Now it's just habit. Don't take another puff and you'll never go through the past few days again. Yeah, yeah, really. Yeah, I'm probably not going to smoke another cigarette if I can fucking help it. Like, yeah, it's been about 4 days, so... Ron says, Jeffrey, give the boy a hug from all of us. Julian Santaguita says, I'll be going back to Paris, Ontario on Sunday, September 7th. Like I said, my mom has a wedding to go to on Saturday, September 6th. Okay, let's do a shot here. We'll just do the classic shootout here, Scotch versus Irish. Just some Johnny Walker Red Label or some Jameson's Irish whiskey. Y'all tell me, Scotch or Irish. We'll do a little shot here. Jeffrey says, my grandma used to give shots of castor oil to anyone within arm's length. That's something I didn't have to experience like growing up, fortunately. I didn't get the castor oil. Victor Swenson says, Scotch to never another puff again. Cosmic Sunbeam smoking him some cannabis there. So we got one vote for Scotch. Topher Barrel says, to be honest, when you start smelling the smoke in the house and start cleaning those nicotine stains and the smell will go away. Julian Santaguita says, get some Irish whiskey on you today. Okay, we got a vote for Scotch and a vote for Irish. Jeffrey says, will do, Ron. Maybe he'll be the next guitar prodigy or just enjoy playing. Either is good with me. Frank says, now you've stopped the cigs, quitting the booze will be next. He says Irish for the shot. He votes Irish. Bear votes Scotch. Okay, so tied between Scotch and Irish. Maury sends $10.99 on a super chat. He says, glad you quit smoking. I did in 97. I appreciate that super chat very much, man. Thank you for that. Super chats are the life of the show. That's kind of how people tip me here. I'm basically busking here. I don't put ads on these, so if you want to tip me, just throw a tip in the super chat. Whatever the super chat tip bucket. Yeah, we'll call it that. The $ below the chat there. Major third votes Irish. All right, that breaks the tie. We'll do a shot of Irish. And Maury says Irish. I had some whiskey. Ordway says 35 years since Stevie and all passed away by flying into a man-made mountain that wasn't yet on their charts. That's today. Today is the anniversary of SRV like getting killed. Where's the patented the patented Ed Phillips shot glass? Victor says, I quit smoking and saved enough to get the down payment on a house. Okay, did not know that. George just reminded us that today's the anniversary of Stevie Ray Vaughan dying 35 years ago. We'll do a little SRV in just a second. I'll play Boom Boom, and I'll do some SRV. After we do this shot here. Julian Santaguida says, I don't know how old SRV would be today. Probably in his 60s, probably close to 70. All right, here we go. Cheers, L'chaim, Prost, Skull, Slanter, all that good stuff. Right down the hatch with some Irish whiskey. Ron says it should be a tribute show. If I knew more than like a few songs, I'll do all the ones I know. And he says the sky's crying, bottoms up. All right, here we go. This thing running right? All right. Boom, 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 boom. I'm gonna shoot you right down, right off of your feet. Take you home with me. Put you in my house. Drive you in my car. I love to see you switch and talk that talk. That baby talk. Mm-hmm. 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 How, hey.
gonna shoot you right down, right off of your feet. Take you home with me. I'll put you in my house, drive you in my car. I love to hear you talk, that baby talk. Mm-hmm. 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 How, hey, hey.
Should have brought a damn Strat out here. Hang on. Let's see. Stephen Shooty says SRV is born in 1954. Yes, he'd be 71 now. Or 70. Julian Santaguita says smooth distortion guitar there. Awesome if you would have had those amps like the band Spain, Spinal Tap. You could crank your guitar to 11. Well, I do have a Marshall that goes to 10. Stephen Shooty says SRV 71 years old. Ron says I really only drink much on Ed's now, on Ed's streams. Ordway says Stevie died at 35, so he'd be 70 now. Frank Morgendorfer says SRV much missed, rip. Ron says in his musical prime and on the other side of school and substance abuse that nearly killed him. Yeah, he'd gotten off the fucking shit when he died. That's what's crazy about it. Victor Swinson says, thanks, man. I needed that. Ordway says, anyone see the unannounced Spinal Tap at Stonehenge? I didn't see that yet. Waiting on that new movie to come out. Ron says, that was awesome. Love your version of Boom Boom. Appreciate it, man. This thing whistling over here, this fucking amp. Too much stuff hooked up. All right. Zero nicotine zombie Ed tonight on the juke joint. Victor Swinson says, I know more than I should. So first place I probably saw Stevie Ray Vaughan was like on Austin City Limits when I was a kid, you know, back in the 80s, like probably on, you know, PBS or something like that, which just got defunded. So Ron says, that sucks, Victor. I know the feeling. I've seen way too much crazy, awful shit. Victor says, Stevie was a soul just trying to get through his life. Keith Peterson sends me a $5 super chat. He says, hello from Pompano Beach, Florida. What's up, man? Thank you very much for that super chat. I appreciate that a lot, sir. Ron says, firefighters are that way. Super chats are the life of the show. Do appreciate those. Frank says, ever tried chewing tobacco? Yeah, I hated it. Tried dip, and I tried tobacco. Like, never liked any of those. Julian Santaguida says, you're an 80s kid. What was that like for you? Honestly, like, I never did like the fucking 80s aesthetic, you know, but I only spent like about 7 years in the 80s, so I'm more of a 90s guy. Like, I'm like a post Kurt Cobain guy. That's kind of my aesthetic right there. Anybody, you know, memories of Stevie Ray Vaughan, this being the 35th anniversary of his death? Keith Peterson says, can I get a 5150? That's an amp. Let me see. He sends a $5 super chat. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot, man. Thank you for your generosity there, sir. Can you explain what a 5150 would be? To me, that's a guitar amp, like a PV 5150. Wardway says, I might need to keep the volume off, Ed. One Spinal Tap at Stonehenge. Does he mean a random song, maybe? That's usually what he asks for, is a random song. Let's do something, let's see here. Let's do some Sun House. Some old Delta stuff here, the Preaching Blues.
I'm gonna get me religion. I'm gonna join the Baptist church. I'm gonna find me religion. I'm gonna join the Baptist church. I'm gonna be a Baptist preacher. Then Deacon John Dove, he began to grin. Said, you know one thing, yeah, believe I go back to barrel housing again. I'm gonna get this string back on. Well, one sister jumped up. She began to shout. Well, one sister jumped up. She began to shout. Well, you know, I'm so glad, baby, this corn liquor's going out. Well, another deacon jumped up, baby. So why don't you hush? Well, another deacon jumped up, baby. So why don't you hush? Said, you know, you drank corn liquor and your wine's a harbor scud. Well, I was in the pulpit, I was jumping up and down. Well, now I was in the pulpit, I was jumping up and down. Said my sister's in the corner, hollering Alabama bound. I'm gonna go to church, baby, choose my seat and sit down. Lord, I'm gonna go to church, baby, choose my seat and sit down. When the spirit comes, baby, holler, want yourself right up and down.
Sun house right there. There's some glass fall over here. Did I break anything? Let me see. I think we're good.
Since I've been gone.
Yo, Vera says, very nice. Appreciate that. Julian says, memories of Stevie Ray Vaughan. I don't have any memories of him, but I do like his guitar playing. That Fender Strat he played so good. I think he died in a helicopter crash. Yeah, that's correct. He crashed in it. It was like some kind of like a ski slope or like a man-made hill, a man-made mountain, like in a helicopter. Stephen Schutte says, I was edging my sidewalk in Air Force Base housing when my wife ran out to tell me Stevie died. I just stood there and teared up. Shit. Damn. Keith Peterson sends me another $5. He says, Edward Phillips Blues. I appreciate that very much, man. Thank you for that super chat right there. And Resuscitado says, Ed, do you ever set tunings for slide guitar? Ever do set tunings for slide guitar, like the guitar set to D minor? I usually use like open G or open D when I do slide. Yeah, it tends to be open tunings for me. Ron says, some memories above Ed. Okay, let's read some of those. Talk about Stevie Ray Vaughan here. He says, with addiction, He said it all started because he wrote, practiced, recorded, or played on stage every day for 3 years straight. No rest, no break. Yeah, that'll get you on some shit. Ordway says, guys and gals, the morning Stevie passed, his name was the last on the list since he was last on board. It took out my win when his name was announced. Ron says, I saw an interview with Stevie Ray Vaughan shortly before he died. He was becoming a symbol of what's possible. A guy who had been to the bottom and back again, so he was becoming an inspiration for people. Yeah, Stevie Ray Vaughan died 35 years ago today. Clyde Ryder says, Alpine Valley Ski Slope. It's about 5 miles from where I live, a ski resort. Victor Swinson says, YouTube channel Glenn Hill, Austin, America, Statesman Photography, has excellent rare vids of SRV. Have to look that up. All right. Black Hole Ford says 3 years straight. Wow, what a workhorse. Resuscitado says, I discovered Stevie Ray from my uncle, and he passed the next year. He was probably still alive the first time I caught sight of him. Like, I probably saw him on PBS or something like that, playing Austin City Limits. We used to watch that a lot, actually. It was like this old show where they'd have all these country artists and bluegrass people and stuff like that, and you know, it was on public television, and it was on a rooftop, or at least designed to look like a rooftop in Austin, Texas. Which is, of course, the live music capital of America. Keith Peterson says, Edward, what song where you say, can I have some more of that 5150? I wish someone would tell me what 5150 is. Oh, you mean Diddy Wah Diddy. he thought Diddy Wah Diddy was 5150. I can do that for you. Yeah, he paid me a super chat to do that one. Yeah, I had no idea what he meant with 5150. That's the name of a guitar amp that Van Halen used to put his name on. We'll do some Diddy Wah Diddy, all right. Piedmont Style Blues by Blind Arthur Blake, one of the greatest guitar players of his time. There's a great big mystery, and it sure is worrying me. There's a Diddy Wah Diddy. There's a Diddy Wah Diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what Diddy Wah Diddy means. Had a little girl about 4 feet 4. Said, now can I have some more? Yo, Diddy Wah Diddy. Yo, Diddy Wah Diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what Diddy Wah Diddy means. I got out and I looked around. Somebody said, now look who's in town. Mr. Diddy Wah Diddy. Mr. Diddy Wah Diddy. I wish somebody would tell me what Diddy Wah Diddy mean. Down out of church, put my hat on the seat. The girl said, Daddy, you sure is sweet. Mr. Diddy Wah Diddy. Mr. Diddy Wah Diddy. wish somebody would tell me what did it, won't did it. Said, sis, I'll soon be gone. But give me that thing you sitting on, Mr. Diddy won't did it. Mr. Diddy won't did it. I wish somebody would tell me what Diddy won't did it mean. Then I got put out of church for talking about Diddy won't did it too much. Mr. Diddy won't did it. Mr. Diddy won't did it. I wish somebody would tell me what did it, won't did it mean. All right, Blind Blake right there. Ron says his friends found him when he was still using. They thought he was dead at first. He was in a comatose state. He almost died from alcohol poisoning, drugs, and exhaustion, dehydration. That's when he quit. Talking about SRV there. Victor Swinson says SRV, Kim Wilson, Duke Robillard, Jam 1988 in the link. Keith says, nice, appreciate that. Maury says, I remember getting ready to go to work in the aircraft plant and heard it on the morning news. Just seemed like yesterday. We thought for a while it was Eric Clapton. The news was sketchy at first. Yeah, I believe it was Clapton's helicopter. Keith Peterson says, outstanding. I appreciate that. Black Hole Ford says, I can't help but think of Baby Oil when I hear that song. Yeah, it's got some, kind of, Diddy reference in there, like 100 years early, kind of predicting the future there. Ron Swanson says, unbelievable, Ed. It never ceased to amaze me how you can play Blind Blake. I kind of can play it. So it came across the Keith as 5150 Blues. It's Diddy Wah Diddy. I had a drummer that used to call Folsom Prison Blues Flotsam and Jetsam Blues. But he purported to be a musician too. Like, what? Ron says, I saw him in a guitar book playing with his teeth and behind his back. It blew my mind when I was a kid. I think I was 6 when he died. Ordway says, SRV, finest sobriety. Let's see what he has to say here.
I'd like to talk to you for a second if I can.
I think I've seen this concert, in Nashville.
I start off by thanking God that I'm alive and well enough to be here with you tonight. You know, this is a big world and there's a lot of things that we need to be taking care of.
He is pouring sweat too. Let's see if I can pull it up here.
Because all I know is that we're supposed to take care of each other the best we can. And it seems to me that to be able to take care of each other, first we must take care of ourselves. Not too long ago, I was a victim of not taking care of myself. It's a dead-end street. What I'm talking about is drugs. They're a dead-end street. They kill you. They're people. See, what they do is they take away the love. They make you not care about yourself, so you don't know if somebody else cares about you at the same time. So if you remember nothing else about the day, remember to help yourself so you can help your brothers and sisters. Let's get some love back around here, okay?
All right, the great Stevie Ray Vaughan right there. Talking about when he got sober, and but then he like died anyway, and so I guess it's still okay to do drugs or something. I'm not sure what the moral of the story is, but yeah, that sucks. Like 35 years ago today, Stevie died. Let's see, IB Joe C. He sends me a $5 super chat. He says, "Hey Ed, I'm up in the shit show of Minneapolis, Minnesota. Play us something to forget it's a shit show. Thanks, man. God bless, Dylan or Prince." Appreciate that very much, man. Thank you for that super chat. I'll play a little bit of Dylan for you. Yeah, he was from Minnesota, right? Duluth. Keith Peterson sends me a $10 super chat. He says, no Diddy, Edward, jam a random. All right, we'll do a random for you. Thank you very much for that super chat, man. Thank you very much, Keith Peterson and Mr. IB Joe C. Super chats are the life of the show. Frank Morgendorfer says, SRV with Double Trouble at Montreux on YouTube. Great show. Yeah, I believe Montreux was like the first time he played there was kind of like his big coming out party as far as like being a, you know, like a solo artist and all that. Wasn't it? Resuscitato says, Ed, did I miss it? Did you play Life by the Drop? I haven't played that one. Let's see, listen is live each day no matter what. Okay, let's do some Minnesota music for old IB Joe C. I forgot what was going on up in Minnesota. I heard some kind of shit went down in Minneapolis. Is that where that church got shot up? I think, yeah. Let me see here. I might not know all the words to this one because Bob Dylan songs tend to be very wordy and hard to memorize. But, you know, we'll get some good finger picking out of it. Right here. Tune up. That's good enough. Dead strings, dead strings. Ain't no use to sit and wonder why, baby, if you don't know by now. Ain't no use to sit and wonder why, baby, if you do your how. When your rooster crows at the break of dawn, you'll look out your window and I'll be gone. You're the reason I'm a traveling home. think twice, it's alright. Ain't no use of turning on your light, babe. The light I never know. Ain't no use in turning on your light, babe. I'm on the dark side of the road. I ain't saying you treated me unkind. You could have done better, but I don't mind. You just wasted my precious time. Don't think twice, it's alright. So long, honey, baby, where I'm bound, I can't tell. Goodbye's too good a word, babe. So I say fairly well. I ain't saying you treated me unkind. Could have done better, but I don't mind. You just kind of wasted my precious time. Don't think twice, it's alright. Some Dylan and a rando for Keith Peterson. What do we got here? If it keeps on raining, the levee's gonna break. If it keeps on raining, the levee's gonna break. And the water's gonna come and we'll have no place to stay. All last night I sat on the levee and moaned. Well, all last night I sat on the levee and moaned, thinking about my baby and my happy home. It keeps on raining, the levee's gonna break. If it keeps on raining, the levee's gonna break. And all these people had no place to stay. Look at him, mama, now, what am I to do? Well, look at him, mama, now what am I to do? Ain't got nobody to tell my troubles to. I worked on that living, mama, both night and day. I worked on the living, mama, both night and day. I worked so hard to keep that water away. Well, crying won't help you now, praying won't do you no good. Crying won't help you now, praying won't do you no good. When the levee breaks, mama, all you got to do. Well, I had a woman, she wouldn't do for me. Well, I had a woman, she wouldn't do for me. But I'm going back to my used to be. Well, the mean old levee now taught me to weep and moan. Well, the mean old levee taught me to weep and moan. Taught me to leave my baby and my happy home. We got a super chat from Ron Swanson. Sends me Canadian $6.99. Says Folsom Prison Blues, please. All right, I appreciate that very much. Thank you for that super chat, man. I'll do my finger picking version of that one for you. Another one from Keith Peterson sends me $10. He says, jam something random for Ron Swanson. All right, I'll do that for you. Appreciate that very much, man. Thank you for that $10 super chat right there. Here we go. Folsom first.
I hear that train a-comin', it's rolling round the bend. I ain't seen the sunshine since I don't know when, but I'm stuck in Folsom Prison and time keeps dragging on. But them people keep a-moving on down to San Antone. Now I was just a baby, my mama told me, son, always be a good boy and don't never play with guns. Well, I shot a man in Reno just to watch him die. When I hear that whistle blowing, I hang my head and cry. If they freed me from this prison and that railroad train was mine, I bet you I'd move it on a little further down the line. Far from Folsom Prison, that's where I'd want to stay. When I let that lonesome whistle blow my blues away. Well, I know there's rich folks eating in a fancy dining car. I know they're drinking coffee and smoking big cigars. Well, I know I had it coming. I know I can't be free. But them people keep moving, and that's what tortures me.
Folsom Prison finger picking version of it right there. And we'll do a random one for Ron Swanson as per the request of Keith Peterson. Well, yeah, while I got the capo on the second fret here, we'll do this one.
I got the key to the highway, built out and bound to go. I'm gonna leave him running, cause walking was too slow. When the moon peep over the mountain, honey, I'll be on my way. I'm gonna walk this highway until the break of day. I'm going back to the border where I'm better known. But you ain't done nothing but thrown a good man away from his home. Give me one more kiss, mama, just before I go. 'Cause when I'm leaving here, I won't be back no more. Well, it's so long, baby, I must say goodbye. I'm gonna roam this highway until the day I die.
All right, Big Bill Broomsey right there, Key to the Highway, one of his signature pieces right there. Ordway says Stevie and Eric switched places on the helicopter, I believe. I don't remember if it was Clapton's helicopter or if he had a seat on it or what. Resuscitato says Ed is so good he made a cough a lyric. Ordway says thanks, Ron. Got to find that. Ron says that's the way I remember it anyway. Could be wrong. Keith Peterson says my speakers are on full blast. Maury says, what gauge strings do you use on your acoustic parlor guitar? Those are Martin acoustic lights, because that's about all that guitar can handle. Like the parlor guitar over here. Yeah. It's in dire need of a neck reset, and it's got light strings on it. Yeah, just light acoustic strings. And Splash says, hey Ed, glad I caught your stream. What's up, man? Ron says, I think he's leaving a link to I believe the final SRV concert with Clapton. Ron says, let's do a shot from our Edward Phillips shot glasses. All right, we'll do that. Ordway says, awesome, Ed. Jimmy was there too. Jimmy Vaughn. Let me see. All right, let's take a vote here, folks. We got some Beefeater London gin here, and we got a bottle of Johnny Walker Red Label. Y'all tell me Scotch or gin. Get them votes in, folks. Ordway says, awesome, Ed. Jimmy was there. Oh, yeah, I just read that. Your vote matters, folks. Mr. Grateful Ed says Scotch. Mickle Montrol says red. Ron says also Buddy Guy and Robert Cray. And let's see. Pardillion Papillon says Norok. Guess that's a cheers. I believe I remember him saying he was from Romania. And Martian Murray says Scotch. Ron says Scotch. Okay, we'll drink some Scotch. Okay, here we go. Cheers, L'chaim, Kimpai, Norrock, Slantia, Prost, Skull, all that good stuff. Right down the hatch with some Johnny Walker Red. Now that I just had that Irish whiskey a while ago, I can kind of taste like a little bit of smoke in that fucking Johnny Walker Red. I didn't think it had any in there, but I taste a little bit. Papa DeLeon says, how old is Scotch? It doesn't say on the bottle. It's just it's one of the cheaper Johnny Walkers. Like there's no age on it. Ron says, Lakayada. Dennis Troy says, hi Ed, 39 watching, 38 thumbs up. Ron says, it is better than it should be for the price. Yeah, it's pretty good stuff. Keith Peterson sends $5 in a super chat, says, jam a random song for Martin. All right, we'll do that. Thank you very much for that super chat, dude. Appreciate your generosity a lot, man. Well, let's do a random song here. Let's do some more SRVs since it is the 35th anniversary of the death of Stevie Ray Vaughan today.
My baby's loving called the sun to shine. She's my sweet little thing. She's my pride and joy. She's my sweet little baby. I'm a little lover boy. Well, I love my baby with heart and soul. Love like all the one never grow old. She's my sweet little thing. She's my pride and joy. She's my sweet little baby. I'm a little lover boy. Love my baby so long and lean. You mess with her, you see a man get mean. She's my sweet little thing. She's my pride and joy. She's my sweet little baby. I'm a little lover boy. Love my baby like the finest of wine. Stick with her until the end of time. She's my sweet little thing. She's my pride and joy. She's my sweet little baby. I'm a little lover boy. Well, I love my baby with heart and soul. Stuff like all the one never grow old. She's my sweet little thing. She's my pride and joy. She's my sweet little baby.
All right, Stevie Ray Vaughan. I gotta clean these damn strings up. Damn it. Ugh. These strings are like catching my fingers, like they're made of sandpaper or something. My hands are like sticking to them. Let's do it with this napkin here. This thing needs a string change really bad. That feels a little bit better there. Pepper DeLeon says, you have scotch old, 10 years, 20 years old? Sometimes I do. Sometimes I'll have some 12 or 14-year-old scotch and don't have any today. Julian Santaguida says, make sure to like, comment, subscribe, and share. This is the best song to end the August day with Johnny Cash, Folsom Prison. I know every single word to his songs. Mark Walker says, yeah, he's getting down. Appreciate that. Ron says, that was tight, brother. Thank you very much, man. George Ordway says, Ron, where at in Canada? I'm about 50 miles from the east border. I believe Ron's somewhere out west. Like a BC, I think. I'll start my damn air here. Keith Peterson says, true story. I let my girlfriend wear my Ed Blues t-shirt, and I'm never getting that t-shirt back. No shit. Might have to get you another one. Let me restart this chat real quick. Kind of glitchy here on my end. Okay, I think we're back. Ron Swanson says, a small town near Kamloops, BC. Ordway says, good place to be. Poodle Strudel says, had to quit early last week. Can you play any lap style slide? I probably can. All right. Ron Swanson says 6 hours from the Pacific Ocean. Julian says Irish. Some lap style slide. Let's see here. Keith Peterson asked for a random $5. We'll do that. All right. Appreciate that super chat very much, man. Super chats are the life of the show. So if y'all feel like tipping me tonight, like just send me a super chat. They're at the bottom of the chat there. The $sign down there. And this son of a bitch is rusty too. The strings are all messed up. Piece of shit tuned.
It's all a spoon. Women going crazy every day their life about her. Would you kill a man dead? Yes, I will. All about her. Oh, babe. Oh, you know I need that. That doctor's dying with Hot Springs. All about her. Most every man is a fool about her. Take me along, I done get my, yeah, babe, oh, you know I need mine. All that, oh, babe, oh, you know I need mine. It's all I want in this creation is I go home, go to bed, get up, wanna fight, all about her. Would you kill a man dead? Yes, I will. All about her. Oh, babe. Oh, you know I need that. Gonna slap the judge. All about her. Baby. Oh, you know I need that.
Charlie Patton song right there, the father of the Delta Blues. A little bit of random here for Keith Peterson. Keith Peterson sends me another $10 super chat, says Edward Phillips. Appreciate that very much, man. Thank you for that. Super chats are the life of the show. Thank you for your generosity there, Keith. Ron says, killed it. Appreciate that. Alan Thomas says, wow, 2,500 plus points. Ordway says, welcome back, Alan. Mark Walker says, Ed's my favorite guitarist. Appreciate that very much, man. Alan Thomas says, thanks, Ordway. Jack the All-Seeing Eye says, makes me want to roll a fatty and break out the Honey Dipper. Smoke them if you got them, I guess. I can't smoke tonight. I quit smoking Sunday morning, last Sunday. Still not like back to normal, like still feel like shit. So yes, just zombie Ed here tonight, like brain barely working Ed. Alan Thomas says, I got why he's a fave my first time here. Oh, well, welcome to the show, man. Ordway says, Jack, might have to load my one hitter. Alan says, love Ed's guitarsenal. Blues Rocker says, back finally. He said, quit cigarettes. Yeah, quit smoking last Sunday. Fucking sucks. Still not feeling normal yet. Haven't strangled anybody, so that's good, you know. Jack the All-Seeing Eye says, my first time here too. Well, welcome to the show, man. George Ordway says he had 3 days ago. Keith Peterson says cigarettes are so expensive, it's ridiculous. The Lucky Strikes that I was getting were pretty cheap. They were about $6 a pack here. Jack says, thanks, bruv. Cut my my damn air conditioner on for a second. Got these damn studio lights in my face. Kind of hot. Blues Rocker says, health or financial reasons for quitting? Health reasons. I was getting to where I couldn't finish a damn club date, like, without my fucking voice failing. I don't know if that was age, like, catching up with me or something. Alan Thomas says, no, this is my 4th time. I was blown away my first time a couple of months back. Ron says, doubted in Ed, can't believe you that good 4 days into quitting. I mean, I'm over the worst of the withdrawal symptoms and all that stuff. Like, still kind of foggy and scatterbrained, you can probably tell. Yak Fisher says, what's up, Ed? What's up, man? Keith Peterson sends me a $10 super chat. He says, let's jam out your coolest song for all the new members in the chat. What is my coolest song? I appreciate that super chat very much, man. Thank you for that. Super chats are indeed the life of the show. Well, I guess if you go by view count, my coolest song is Crossroads. So we'll do Crossroads by Robert Johnson. Alan Thomas says, smoke a pipe and cigars. Shit, it was smoking cigars that got me back on cigarettes. Like I'd quit for like a few years. Then I started smoking cigars. And then I was smoking like 2 or 3 cigars a day. And I was like, man, it'd just be cheaper to buy a pack of cigarettes. Jack DLC and I says, hang in there, man. Takes a while. Michael Montrell says the cravings take forever to disappear. Oh, yeah, they do. Take about a month for them damn cigarette cravings to go away. All right, let's retune this thing here. Yeah, Fisher says once you quit, you can dabble thereafter. Where's that fucking... Yeah, here it is. Need a capo for this one. Yak Fishing says, I just read that. Jack says, what key? We're doing this in A, tuned to open chord. Alan Thomas says, nice, Ed, your great lightly traveler's voice. Need no more smokeless. Blues Rocker says, what drinks are getting votes tonight? I might take a vote in just a minute.
I went to the crossroads. Ask the Lord above I may sin on. Say, poor Bob, if you please. Down at the crossroads, I tried to back it right. I went to the crossroads, I tried to back it right. Didn't nobody seem to know me, babe. Everybody passed me by. Down at the crossroads, I look east and west. Down at the crossroads, I look east and west. Nobody seen to know it, babe. Yeah, to my distress. Down at the crossroads, rising sun going down. Down at the crossroads, rising sun going down. To my soul now, babe, whole body sinking down. You can run, run, run. Yeah, my friend boy, Willie Brown. You can run, run, run. Yeah, my friend boy, Willie Brown. Standing at the crossroad, babe, believe I'm sinking down.
little bit of Crossroad Blues there by Robert Johnson. See, Jack says, your plan is how I picked up Delta after 40 years of garage rock and roll. Cool, man. Glad I could help you there. Alan Thomas says, nice choice. Stephen Schutte says, smokeless living will assure longevity for singing, Ed. I hope so. Jack says, that's how you play it. Blues Rocker says, smokestack, but you mean smokestack lightning? I can do the riff from it. Don't really know the words. Keith Peterson says, Edward Phillips. Ron says, Irish Scotch. Let's see, Dennis Troy says, lightning. Mari says, when I started smoking, they were 48 cents a pack. I quit when they went to $2 a pack. So they were about $3.50 or $4 when I started. Jack the All See and I says, wow. All right, let's see. Ordway says, packed a single hitter. Smoke them if you got them. Ron says, sick. Dennis Troy says, 35 cents a pack. Beer, 35 cents a can. I quit in January 1975. Stephen Schutte says, Irish. Blues Rocker says, lightning. Alan Thomas says, I need to find out how to slay autocorrect. It kills my meanings. Keith Peterson says, Primus sucks, but Edward Phillips rules. Appreciate it, man. I kind of like Primus. He sends me a $2 super chat. Thank you very much for that, man. Super chats are the life of this show. Blues Rocker says, my first smokes came from a cigarette machine, 75 cents a pack when I was 11. Ron says, did you know that reportedly Ozzy's last words were, you have no idea how I feel. I fucking love you all. I didn't hear about that. Damn. That's pretty crazy. Blues Rocker says, badass riff. Appreciate that. Okay, let's vote for a shot here. What we got here? Okay. I got some Jameson's triple distilled Irish whiskey here, and I got a bottle of totally legal Carolina spring water. Y'all tell me, spring water or Irish? While I get another beer. Ellen Thomas says, damn, Blues Rockers, that is real old school. Mark Walker says, Android finally took autocorrect off my phone. Ron Swanson says, shine to smooth that jangled brain. All right, he votes for moonshine, or well, totally legal Carolina spring water, that is. Blues Rocker says, daughter just bought Maker's Mark. I vote Irish. Mickle says, Jameson's. So he votes Irish. Stephen Schutte says, Marlboro Lights, $1.60 a pack when I started in 1979. Ordway says, awesome Ron for the Osbournes. Stephen Schutte says, Black and Blue Tour, still playing them. Ron says, sunshine. So I believe we got, we got one vote for the Carolina spring water and one vote for the Irish whiskey. So y'all get them votes in. All right, we've only got 3 votes so far. Ordway votes Irish. Stephen Schutte votes Irish. With his $1.60 a pack Marlboros. Any more votes? Speak now, forever hold your peace. Mr. Grateful Ed says Irish. All right, I guess it's going to be Irish whiskey. Blues Rocker says, Ed, have you ever played any hill country tonight? Sorry, I was running late. I might play some hill country in just a minute. All right. Okay. Out of the patented Ed Phillips Blues shot glass, available below in the merch section, the fucking Etsy store. Here we go. Cheers. L'chaim, Kimpai, Skull, Prost, all that good stuff. To y'all's health or whatever. To Stevie Ray Vaughan, who passed away tragically 35 years ago today. Alrighty, down the hatch. Jody says Marlboros were still $1.90 in the early 90s when I started. But then the laws changed and they continued to go up and up, $11 now. Yeah, they've gone up drastically since I started smoking. They were like $4 or something when I started. Now they're, like probably $10, $11 a fucking pack. Ordway says 22:04 here in Maine. What time are y'all? I'm 10:05. I guess that's 10:05 in military time, but at 22:04. My beer. Ron says it's 1,500 hours here. Still don't know what to do with my hands now that I can't smoke, you know. The only thing I can think to do is play guitar or stuff that I couldn't do on camera, or you know, don't know what to do with my hands. Ron says, "Is your wife happy you quit?" Well, she doesn't believe that I've actually quit yet because she's seen me quit so many times. So, Anybody who's smoked knows that it takes about 75 tries. Rodney says, wrap the pipe. Mark Walker says, the mold in my house made me sick as hell since Saturday, but I'm going to drink some beer now. Mr. Grateful says, yeah, keep your hands above the desk, Ed. Blues Rocker says, get my whiskey and a beer.
Get your nightcap, mama, and your gown, baby. Now before day we gonna shake 'em on down, by my style. Too much debt to me, baby, through the week. Well, save the chili pepper some more. Rainy day, well, now my style. Ain't been to Georgia, baby, but I've been told, well, Georgia women's got the best jelly roll. Well, now must I love. This my supper, baby, now go to bed. Well, this white lightning done gone to my head, but I must I love. Oh, must I shake 'em on down. See, mama, baby, what you done? Well, called me to love you now. Man done called me now, must I love. Do something to me, baby. I don't know what it is. Well, getting and me drunk in that old whiskey still. Well, now must I love? Oh, must I shake 'em on down?
Keith Peterson sends me $2 in a super chat. He says, Edward Phillips, jam out any song. All right. Appreciate that super chat very much, man. Thank you for your generosity. Super chats are the life of the show. If y'all feel like tipping me, just throw me some money down there, that dollar sign at the bottom of the chat screen. Let's tune this thing back up. Do some more hill country while we're on a hill country kick.
See my jumper hanging out on the line. See my jumper hanging out on the line. Nobody had something's on my mind. Pick my supper now, let me go to bed. Fix my supper now, let me go to bed. This white lightning done gone to my head. Lord, I would not be here if it hadn't been for you. Lord, I would not be here if it hadn't been for you. Way down here, what you trying to do? See my jumper hanging out on the line. See my jumper hanging out on the line. Nobody had something on my mind.
Couple of hill country songs there. That was that first one was "Shake 'Em On Down," but the kind of like the Mississippi Fred McDowell version, but with Book of White's lyrics. And the second one there, that was a little bit of old R.L. Burnside's. Paula says, sounded like slide guitar. Good singer. Applause. Appreciate that. Mark Walker says, he's great, Paula. Multi-talented. Appreciate y'all. Blues Rocker says, killing it, I say. Paula says, sounds great. Where's he at? I'm in South Kakalaki. Alan Thomas says, Paula, it sure is. I love that Lucille with gold hardware. Paula says, Texas. Blues Rocker says, feel free to give Ed a hill country tip. He sure plays badass, don't he? I appreciate y'all. Yeah, I do take tips, like super chat tips and all that good stuff. Blues Rocker says merch. Yeah, I got some of that. I will show off the merch. I'll do a little commercial for my merch here. I can pull up the website. So there's my merch in my Etsy shop there. It's the Edward Phillips Blues Etsy shop. That's a link below in the description there. I got the patented Ed Phillips shot glass. I got the t-shirt there, the black cotton t-shirt. Got the coffee mug, and we got a beer glass there. Let's see, a design I made myself there. So y'all check those out. George Ordway says, Ed, just put a few in your PayPal. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you very much, man. Appreciate that PayPal tip. If y'all are just joining me, I quit smoking last Sunday, so my brain is not working right now because my body used to be like 50% nicotine, and it's only been about 4 days. So I'm just sitting here like kind of being zombie Ed, pretty much. And yeah, Ron leaves a link to the Etsy store there. The Blues Rocker says, need a couple of little people to make a commercial for everyone. This a little blues lover. Ron says, this quality shit, people. Ron says, that set was deadly. Appreciate that. Couple of hill country songs there from northern Mississippi, a little bit different from the Delta stuff. Ron says, always liked hill country. It's a style you don't hear about a lot because the Delta gets most of the credit and stuff. But hill country was pretty cool shit. Like, it was very rhythmic. Like, they got into finger picking and stuff like that. Blues Rocker says, it has to be tough leaving the smokes. I always have a cigarette when I'm playing. I never could smoke one while I was playing, or like keep one on the guitar or nothing like that. I would always smoke them between sets. Paula says, oh, congratulations. Your body will eventually thank you for quitting. You'll feel better. Yeah, we're getting there. Like, not completely back to normal yet, you know. Like, I don't think my brain chemistry has readjusted to not having nicotine yet because, you know, like, half of my brain used to be nicotine. So, but Ron says it was redneck shit. Talking about the hill country blues. Shan Bayless says, "Hey Ed, in high school, did the chicks dig you?" I really didn't start getting popular with chicks until I was in my 20s. Like, I kind of sucked at it in high school. Got into my 20s and figured out how the shit worked. Like, maybe getting up on like about 23, 24. Like, I started slaying it then. The hat's unique. Looks very nice. So that's a pimp hat I bought in an antique store in Thompson, Georgia. Ron says, ever had a punk girl? Oh, several. Yeah. I used to be part of the punk scene. I had girlfriends in high school, but like I didn't really figure the shit out like until about 23, 24, something like that. And shit, by my damn early 30s, like that was probably my peak right there. That was like the peak of my career as an international playboy and stuff. Like probably early 30s. Ron says, when did the young punk start to wear off? I don't know if it ever did, but like, let me see. I was mostly on the punk scene, maybe from ages 16 till about sometime my early 20s. Like, still kind of retained a lot of that that attitude. I think, like, still kind of a, you know, kind of an edgelord and a prick and stuff, right? Blues Rocker says, ever dated a girl with a gasoline-powered turtleneck sweater? I never had one of those. Paula says, huh? Tony Gordon says, what happened to rebranding 2.0? Just saw it. Oh, yeah. We tried to rebrand the show unsuccessfully last week. You know, that was on bad advice from my manager, Wendy here. So, yeah. I did a little Elton John song, you know. That's why they call it the blues. Ron says, cool, it never leaves your attitude. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I could ever get rid of the attitude part of it, like the old punk thing, you know. Chan Bayless says, I'm impressed. I'm 69 and still haven't figured out chicks. Well, you'll never figure them out, but you can figure out how to, you know, like get them into bed and stuff. You'll still never understand them. Ron says, that lasted almost as long as the Cracker Barrel rebrand. Yep. Ron says they started backtracking already. Yeah, the fucking president stepped in. Fucking Donald Trump stepped in. It's like, yeah, hey, man. Yeah, don't change the Cracker Barrel. That's fucking stupid, man. And yeah, they said, okay, we're not going to change it. We're going back on that. That was a piss poor Trump impression. I can do better than that. Let me see. Trying to change the Cracker Barrel. Don't change the Cracker Barrel. White people like Cracker Barrel a lot, especially old white people. And we want to keep our old white people in the Cracker Barrel. And yeah, once he stepped in, they fucking they went back to their old logo with the old timer on it. So Trump saved Cracker Barrel. Ron says he wasn't wrong. He says that's better. Laughing my ass off. Make it beautiful again. Trying to make the Cracker Barrel beautiful again. Lonesome Stranger says hell yeah. Mark Walker says that was great, man. Ron says they lost $143 million of stock in like 10 days. And I knew that was going to be a bad idea. I mean, I'm not like I don't eat at Cracker Barrel all the time. I eat there like every now and then, maybe once a year or so. But it's the aesthetic of it that draws me there. Like if it was just the food, I probably wouldn't go there. I like to see the goddamn antiques and the, in the silly store and the old fucking fogies leaning on the barrel on the sign and shit, And yeah, like mostly when you go in there, it's like just old ass white people and stuff, and that's their thing. Like they shouldn't even try to attract a wider audience because it's not going to work. Cracker Barrel is just like old people basically. Paula says music took me for a wild ride, and I'm not a musician. Just went to a lot of shows, concerts, clubs, had a blast. But concerts are too high now. Yeah, I'm gonna miss Paul McCartney. I'm like a absolute fucking Beatles worshiper. Can't go see Paul McCartney this year. Like too damn expensive. Like $200 something for the cheap seats. So yeah, I'm staying home. I saw him 20 years ago anyway. So. Ron says it was reported that the rebrand cost $700 million to create. God damn. To put a fucking write some letters inside of a yellow barrel shaped polygon or whatever. Damn. And take all the fucking antiques out. Ron says I totally get it, Ed. Lonesome Stranger says did they really get rid of the interior decor that they were talking about it? Yeah, that they were going to slim it down and kind of make it into, the kind of thing old Wendy here would like, right? Let's see, Robin Sinkfield says, rhyme of the Ancient Mariner. Blues Rocker says, Cracker Barrel is about the only place to order chicken fried steak. No, what cracks me up is they have chicken fried chicken there too. That's on the menu. You can get it like chicken fried chicken. Robin says Tim's all day. You mean Tim Hortons? Yeah, we ain't got them here. That's some Canadian shit there. Ron says they're going back to the way it was. Tony Gordon says it's bad when nosebleed seats are expensive. Yeah, that's where they're making all their money now. You can't sell a fucking record these days. Ron says corporate bullshit. Yeah, I mean, like concert prices do not track with inflation either. I mean, when you paid $10 to see like some major band back in the 70s, that doesn't equate to $200 now. Paula says good country cooking and nice store. I always like the store in there. Yeah, like with all the old candy and stuff. Ron says Wendy. Ron says, isn't that just fried chicken? Basically what they did is they took a chicken fried steak and they substituted like like a schnitzel of chicken and called it chicken fried chicken. Robin Sinkfield says, Ron, it's USA stuff. All food is good in punk world. Ron says it's just greed. Yep. Just corporate bullshit, And these companies are probably run by people who don't really know like what that aesthetic is about, right? Probably didn't grow up on a farm type of environment, Paula says rocking chairs on the front porch. Blues Rocker says, beer you drinking? Just got a Miller Lite here, some piss beer. Ain't got no good stuff. Ron says, oh, for sure. Let me restart the chat screen real quick here. Getting kind of glitchy on my end. 1 second, y'all. Mark Walker says, I'm country till I die. Yeah, I grew up in the country. Kind of enjoy the fucking the rural life. Ron says, piss beer and no cigs. You're saving a lot of money, brother. Yeah. Probably saving about $200 a month in cigarettes. Blues Rocker says, bury the country under the hill. I need a shot. Let me see here. Blues Rocker says banjo, possibly. Okay. Well, we're gonna do the banjo. We got to put some spring water on the table. All right, we got a bottle of French absinthe here, some Lucid. You know, perfect for playing the blues, I guess, or cutting a piece of your ear off, or yeah. And we got some Carolina spring water here. So y'all tell me, absinthe or spring water. Robin says, do the Lucid, son. Do it. Okay, there's a vote for the absinthe. Blues Rocker says spring water. Got 2 votes so far. Get them votes in, y'all. Ron says, you realize to start the show you drank 1 whiskey, 1 scotch, and 1 beer. That's true. That's pretty close to the song. Frank Morgendorfer says 50-50 mix, experiment it. For a super chat, I'll do a 50-50 mix because it's going to be fucking horrible. But Ron says spring water, live clean. We got 2 votes for spring water. Get them votes in there. Paula says all those new remastered LPs are like $40. I'd like to find original albums. Gives me a rush. Yeah, I'd rather have the old ones myself if they're in good shape. Like, go to the fucking store and pay like $40 for a damn record. Fuck that. I don't think that tracks with inflation either. I bought a copy of Hard Day's Night from 1964, original pressing, British mono, for fucking probably less than I'd pay for that same record in a store, like new. Mark Walker says spring water. Ron says thanks. Paula says never had absinthe. Is it dangerous? Nah, they say it is, but it's not. It won't make you trip or nothing. What's the votes here? Spring water is winning so far. Pay Ed to drink a mixed shot, haha, but make it worth it. Yep. Super chat, like $5. I'll mix them, like Carolina spring water and absinthe mixed. Alan Thomas says, I missed a Cracker Barrel in Wisconsin. I left 22 years ago. Chicago does not have one. Might be out in the western burbs. Yeah, the Cracker Barrel is always kind of like a highway type of thing. Like you're, driving out on the fucking interstate. It's like, man, let's stop at Cracker Barrel. Shit. Robin says Ron is a pro footballer. Robin says SC man, about to mix it up. Chat. Ron says wow. So that's a deal, folks. Alan Thomas votes spring water. So barring the super chat where I mix them both, spring water is winning so far. We'll give it a minute. Ron says, I want to know how it is. That might actually be good. I'll give it a minute, see if somebody sends me a $5 super chat. Martian Murray votes absent. Robin says, now do a shot of Pabst. Ain't got no Pabst. I'm doing Miller Lite. Blues Rocker says, don't worry, Ed. People love you too much to watch you drink a mixed shot. Okay, yep. Let's see. Tony Gordon says, Cracker Barrel, a place you eat when you're hungover. Denny's where you get to eat when you're drunk. Right. Or Waffle House, like, drunk at 2 in the morning, go to fucking Waffle House. But we don't have a Denny's in my town. That's across the river in Georgia. Paula says, my PayPal is not set up. Sorry. Blues Rocker says, spring water. I think spring water wins the vote. So. Paula says, someone tried to hack it. Rodney says, what do you think about the Chick-fil-A? Pretty good restaurant. Very efficient. Like, always get my shit pretty fast when I go there. Too damn busy, though. Too many people in there. Ron says the craft absinthe I had at the festival was real good. I bet. I'm not very experienced with absinthe, but I kind of went and saw some reviews, point me to the good shit, and I found this, and well, yeah, it's pretty good. Ron says a bit bitter with strong warm wood. Blues Rocker says when the levee breaks. Played that one earlier, actually. All right, here we go. Some Carolina spring water. Ron says that's why I don't buy that mixed drink, Ed. Don't want to do that to you. That's why I didn't buy the mixed drink. Maury says, is that spring water like electric Kool-Aid? I don't think I've ever had electrified Kool-Aid, but let me see here. Okay, some totally legal Carolina spring water. A little bit of a bead on it. Paula says, if you get tipsy, you may smoke. Yeah, I gotta watch this shit tonight, yeah. Which I don't have any cigarettes in here, so. Alright, here we go. L'chaim, cheers, Kim Pie, saludos, prost, skull, slantia, all that good stuff. With some Carolina spring water right down the fucking hatch. Robin says, John Bonham is arriving now. Ron says, it's a cool bottle. It just looks like a wine bottle. You can see the glue on here where it had a label on it. The Blues Rocker says, come on in my kitchen. I can do that. All right. So Robert Johnson. Chan Baylor says, is there anything different musically you might have done earlier in your life, i.e. moved to Memphis, Tennessee, taken lessons, recorded more? Yeah, probably got the fuck out of South Carolina and maybe, I don't know, taking piano lessons. I can play piano, but not on a concert pianist level. I wish I could do that. Blues Rocker says, John Bonham, like the smell of fish. Ron says, you could definitely make a slide out of that thing. Let me see, could I? Oh yeah, it's got a good straight neck on it. Might make a slide out of that and, I don't know, send it to one of y'all or something. Paula says, is it White Lightning moonshine? Well, of course not. No, that is totally legal Carolina spring water that somebody brought to me. Okay, let's do some Come On In My Kitchen.
Come on in my kitchen. Oh, there's going to be raining outdoors. I had a girl took from my best friend. Some joker got lucky, stole her back again. You better come on in my kitchen. Well, it's going to be raining outdoors. Now she's gone, I know she won't come back. I've taken the last nickel out of a nation's sack. You better come on in my kitchen. Oh, fuck. Cause it's going to be raining outdoors. Can't you hear that wind out? Can't you hear that wind out? You better come on in my kitchen. Cause it's going to be raining outdoors. Well, the winter time's coming. You know it's gonna be slow. Can't take the winter, baby. Let's drive on snow. You better come on in my kitchen. Cause there's going to be raining outdoors. When a woman gets in trouble, everybody throws her down, looking for her good friends. None can be found. You better come on in my kitchen. All they're gonna
Quit smoking, still coughing in the middle of songs. See, Ron says, if you make a slide out of that bottle, I'm calling dibs. Kent Kearney says, Ed, come on in the kitchen. I love my gal, Jim Morrison. Robin Sinkfield says, that's a hot shirt on you tonight, and I want a hot rod car. Blues Rocker says, Muddy Water is your choice. Let's see, Maury says, electric Kool-Aid has LSD in it. Oh, okay, that's what that means. Okay. Well, I've done plenty of LSD, never in fucking Kool-Aid, but didn't want to waste it, you know. Mark Walker says, when I heard Blues age 10, been hooked ever since. Robin says, I want a fat pack of t-shirts. It's hot. Ron says, it'll take a while to clear up properly. Blues Rocker says, Great White Buffalo, maybe a little bit later.
Lord, I'll be catching up with you soon.
Ron says, love your slide playing, Ed. Appreciate that. Kent Kearney says, Fred Bear. That's another Nugent song. I know a little bit of that one. I don't know the words to it. It's like a weird, like plucking thing he did with his fingers. Blues Rocker says, SRV Cold Shot. I'm just going to write your entire fucking set list tonight there. Robin says, dude, cashmere, it'll go with that shirt. Right, yeah, got the paisley pattern on here. That comes from the Kashmir region of India, I believe. The paisley pattern. Kent Kearney says, fuck it, Gus play. And Maury sends me 1999. Says, sounding great as always. I appreciate that, man. Thank you very much for that super chat. Super chats are the life of the show. Thank you for your generosity there, Maury. Tony Gordon says, Clapton Coca-Cola? I mean, cocaine? Might do that in a little bit. Get a little bit of beer. So somebody said the fucking banjo earlier. I forgot about that. That's the whole reason I put the moonshine on the table. Robin says, put a shot glass on cam but by your hair. Like that? Got to find all the picks. I need 3 picks here for this. Spilled half my beer. Alrighty. A little bit of banjo picking there. See, Kent Kearney says Steve Earle's Fire Break line. That's one I don't know really right there. Blues Rocker says badass. Robin says, oh yeah, appreciate that. Kent Kearney says good old Mountain Dew. I can probably do that. Robin says Ron Swanson. It's all about this. Kent Kearney says Neil Sean Gitza HSAS through the fire. Robin says that moon is shining tonight. Blues Rocker says, did your dad play the banjo too? He fucked around with one a little bit. He was a guitar player, but he messed around with it some. Can I do Mountain Dew? Let me see. Yeah, I could claw hammer it. Do it the old-timey way. The old mountain, claw hammer style. Well, damn string won't tune up. Hang on. I gotta tighten this screw here. Shit. Technical difficulties with the banjo here tonight. Get in there, boy. I think I got it there. Son of a bitch. Got a tuner that ain't working. Okay, well. See if I can do it in fucking, see if I can do it in G. See if it'll tune right. Mr. Grateful Ed sends a $20 super chat. He says, Sweet Home Chicago or some electric Chicago blues. I'll do that for you. All right. Appreciate that super chat very much. Super chats are the life of the show. Thank you for that, man. Okay, that's about as tuned as a banjo gets. Some claw hammer, let's see, Mountain Dew. Here we go. Smell that old Mountain Dew. see what's happening here. Like the damn the tuning key's about to split apart. Damn it. Anyway, yeah, a little bit of banjo picking there. And I will do Sweet Home Chicago for Mr. Grateful Ed.
Back to the land of California, to my sweet home, Chicago. Oh, baby, don't you wanna go? Oh, baby, don't you wanna go? Back to the land of California, to my sweet home, Chicago. One and two, two to two and four. I'm never loaded, baby. I'm booked, I got to go. Crying, hey, baby, baby, don't you wanna go? Back to the land of California, to my sweet home, Chicago. Two to two and four, four to two and six. Keep monkeying around with your friends, get your business all in a trick. Crying, hey, baby, honey, don't you wanna go? Back to the land of California, to my sweet home, Chicago. 6 and 2 is 8, 8 and 2 is 10. Friend gonna get you one time, she's sure gonna get you again. Right, hey, baby, honey, don't you wanna go? Back to the land of California, to my sweet home, Chicago. I'm going to California, back to the Mona Highway. Somebody will tell me that you need my help someday. Crying, hey, baby, honey, don't you wanna go? Back to the land of California, to my sweet home, Chicago.
Maury says, learn Kashmir and Dadgad tuning. It's a trip. Is that what they wrote that in? They did Dadgad? I didn't know that. Robin says, claw hammer. Awesome banjo, Maury says. Well, thank you very much. Robin Sinkfield says, mighty good, mighty good. Ron says, thanks, Amari and Mr. Grateful Ed. Robin Sinkfield says, wow, that guitar sounds amazing. Banjo ain't got this. Let me see here. Get some background music going on here. Blues Rocker says, shot of whiskey for Robert Johnson. Rip. All right. You know, we'll do one. Might be more appropriate for Stevie Ray Vaughan, who, died 35 years ago tonight. Seven Costanza says, you have a fantastic voice. Love the blues. I appreciate that, man. Thank you very much. Robin Sinkfield says, banjos and Dr. Phil, stay hard. Banjos and Dr. Phil, stay hard. I'll do that, man. All right. Tell you what, let's bring out the fucking the Jefferson's Reserve. We'll do a whiskey shootout here. We got the Jameson's Irish whiskey right here, and we got the overproofed fucking cask strength Jefferson's Reserve bourbon, Kentucky bourbon. Y'all tell me, fucking bourbon or Irish? And while y'all decide on that and vote, I'm going to step outside and take care of a little bit of fucking man business. I'll be right back.
Time goes too fast when you're trying to say goodbye, but it goes so slow when you're grieving that they died. Time, it could be time to cry. Take away everything that you ever owned. It'll break you down to the bone. Time, nobody wants that time to be gone.
Ron says for Stevie, and he says right back at you. Rip Stevie Ray Vaughan. Seven Costanza says, one of my favorites. There's flooding down in Texas. All the telephone lines are down. Ron says, Rip Stevie. He votes bourbon. So let's see. We got a vote for bourbon. A vote from Frank Morgendorfer for Irish. Robin says, don't do that. Dr. Phil sucks, man. Sucks. So one vote for bourbon, one vote for Irish. Blues Rocker says, Robert is the foundation of blues for the most part, isn't he? Yeah, I mean, in a modern context, pretty much like the way we see it today. Yeah. Ron says American whiskey for the Texas man. All right, he votes for bourbon. Yep. Costanza says Crossfire is a jam too. Whatever happened to the golden rule? Blues Rocker says Woodford. I ain't got no Woodford. Ron says one of them for sure is Blues Rocker. Robin says, hi, Ron. I talked to him about Canada Boss Man stuff. Seven Costanza says, Mary Had a Little Lamb by SRV's a jam, too. That guy had so many great songs. R.I.P. Mr. Grateful Ed says, Kentucky Bourbon. Ron says, you mean culture or countryside? See, Dennis Troy says, Mary or cities, SRV. Let's see. So what are the votes here? Irish or bourbon? Y'all tell me. We got one vote for bourbon, one vote for Irish. And another vote for bourbon from Mr. Grateful Ed. Get Fiddle says Guinness. I ain't got no Guinness. We're drinking piss beer tonight. Robin says both. Alan Thomas says bourbon. Blues Rocker says if Tony Iommi is the godfather of heavy metal, then wouldn't Robert Johnson be the godfather of the blues? They call Robert Johnson the grandfather of rock and roll. Seven Costanza says vodka and water. Looks like the Bourbon's going to win this one. Martian Murray puts in a vote for Irish. Ron says, I guess you could say that. But I mean, really, for like Delta Blues, you just about have to say it was fucking Charlie Patton. Or his mentor, a guy named Henry Sloan, who wasn't recorded, didn't make a record. But, all right, we'll do Bourbon. But as far as like blues in a modern context and modern rock, like everything since the '60s, Robert Johnson's like insanely influential. And even on some of the guys like Muddy Waters and shit like that, like and Elmore James, like some of the electric blues guys, he was pretty influential on them too. But in his day, when he was alive, like very, very obscure Robert Johnson was. Rodney says, I would stay local, but like Irish, but I like Irish, but I think Stevie Word won't. Ron says, Charlie goes back to what time and what was his friend's name? Charlie's in the 20s and 30s. He was pretty much like the one that made Delta Blues popular, I would say. He wasn't the first to record Delta Blues, but he made it really popular, and a lot of the other guys like kind of followed him around, like fucking Howlin' Wolf and damn Robert Johnson and Son House and people like that. And but he learned from a guy named Henry Sloan, and we don't have a recording of Henry Sloan. All right, so Bourbon, 130 proof Jefferson's Reserve, with a little picture of Monticello on the front there. Let me see here. There's some hot shit right here. This will get you here. All right, Jefferson's Cast Strength Bourbon. Made for sipping. We're going to do a shot. Cheers. Saludos. L'chaim. Kim Pai. Prost. Skull. Nostrovia. All that good stuff. Right down the hatch. Here's one to Stevie Ray Vaughan, who died like 35 years ago tonight, tragically, in a plane crash, a helicopter crash, rather. Down the hatch. Blues Rocker says, Baby Please Don't Go is one of the first rock tunes that came from blues, isn't it? Well, some of the songs like That's All Right Mama, like in the 50s, like that Elvis was doing were blues songs. Like that was Arthur Crudup that wrote that. So really, they were covering blues songs like since the 50s. I think people started covering Baby Please Don't Go in the 60s, probably. Seven Costanza says, Eatin' and Kickin' is the funniest song I've ever heard. You should check it out. You'll be laughing hysterically. I'll check that out. Look that up. Robin says, do a fat shot of PBR for USA. Ain't got no PBR on me. Blues Rocker says, Robert Johnson was a whore dog, but he loved his life. Yeah, he did a lot of living. You know, he fucked around, got drunk, partied, hung out, played music, and died at 27. Blues Rocker says, and wrote killer tunes. Robin says, I'm a Hobbit show right now with y'all. Ron says, so Mississippi John Hurt Days, originally first recording came in 1923. Henry Sloan, I don't know him. Henry Sloan never made a record, but he was the influence on Charlie Patton. Charlie Patton, was probably like the most successful Delta blues artist at the time, like as far as like, you know, when that stuff was going on in the 20s and 30s. That's why today they call him the father of the Delta blues. Like he influenced all the guys that came after him. He died in the 1930s. But he actually sold the fuck out of some records. Probably made an ass of money. Robin says, Avalon, Avalon, talking about old Mississippi John Hurt song that I wish I knew. Ron says, should have stuck to the unmarried women. He would still be alive. Yeah. He's fucking some guy's wife, Robert Johnson was, and the guy poisoned him. Yeah. King Trump says, Edward Guitar Hands, what's up, man? How you doing there? Get me a beer here. Ron says, so his influence was greater than other guys. I get it. Yeah. I mean, Charlie Patton, like, very influential in his time. You know, of course, today, like, the most influential Delta blues guy would be Robert Johnson because he influenced all those rock people in the 60s. But like the fucking hula dula, the whole house ruler back in the 20s and 30s would have been Charlie Patton. King Trump says, how you been, my friend? I'm doing pretty good. Quit smoking Sunday morning. Still not back to normal. Kind of like, you know, recovering from nicotine. Like, feel like shit. Also feel kind of good. I can breathe, but I still feel like shit mentally, you know, because half of my brain used to be nicotine. Ron says because of his popularity. It's what says Rip Ozzy, R.I.P. to Ozzy. And he says, smoking sucks. Just keep some smoking joints. Just keep smoking joints. King says, have you tried vapes? I tried vapes when they first came out. Didn't really like them. Like, I just kind of like smoking steam. Like, wasn't really into it. And he says, yeah, that feeling, I get you. Costanza says, greatest blues musician of all time equals Randy Newman. He says, totally joking. Short people got no reason to live. Ron says, yeah, Mississippi John Hurt and Robert Johnson were very obscure until the 50s and 60s. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, like, Robert Johnson had like a little bit of traction with other musicians, like Muddy Waters loved him a lot, Elmore James liked him a lot, you know, but didn't sell a lot of fucking records when he was alive. Robert Johnson didn't, he became a star in the 60s. Costanza says, you know, short people, I'm literally stunned. I'm legit laughing. Yeah, they had a famous song by Randy Newman. Short people got no reason. He was like if you took Elton John and like hit him in the head with a hammer about 7 or 8 times, he would be Randy Newman, basically. What y'all got for me? Costanza says, got little hands, little feet, fucking Randy Newman. The Tony Gordon still in the house. I might do some damn Eric Clapton for you. I think you requested that earlier. If you're still here. Ron says, it's because people don't know what they've got until it's gone, like Jimi Hendrix. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I've talked to people who saw Hendrix back in the day, and they were like, well, you know, he was just like another artist until he died. Right. King Trump says, hey, Ed, do you keep up with the UFC? Not much, but I did see where like a UFC guy like beat the fuck out of a fucking indie wrestler the other day. Fucking like it was Rampage Jackson's son like jumped in the ring and like just beat some guy like nearly to fucking death. The Get Fiddle says, tried those Velo nicotine pouches, pretty good when a person needs a kick. Never tried that. Tony says, working on the damn schoolwork. King Trump says, yeah, Rampage Jackson's son at a wrestling show. Costanza says, pack a day keeps the doctor away. Oh, yeah. Like, there's definitely something missing for me right now. Like, you got no fucking nicotine. Tony says, need someone to do my last 4 classes to get my degree in behavioral health. King says, that was awful, poor guy. Talking about the guy that got fucked up at the wrestling show. Chan Bayless says, you would have moved out of South Carolina for possibly more musical opportunities or just to get out of South Carolina or both. But, you know, probably should have moved to a musical town like fucking Nashville or somewhere like that. Blues Rocker says, how much drum playing have you done? I'm kind of a casual drummer. I'm not good on the drums, but I can play them a little bit.
If you wanna get down on the ground, cocaine. If you got bad news and you wanna get them blues, cocaine. She don't lie, she don't lie, she don't lie, cocaine. When your day is done and you wanna run, cocaine. When you get desperate and you get in there, cocaine. She don't lie, she don't lie, she don't lie, cocaine. She don't lie, she don't lie, she don't lie, cocaine. When you got bad news and you wanna kick them blues, cocaine. If you wanna get down on the ground, cocaine. Cocaine. She don't lie, she don't lie, she don't lie, cocaine.
fucking dad rock, yeah. Tony says, I just read that. Ron says they played the drums for the album you hear in the background. That's true. This record right here. Not the best drums ever, but I think I did a pretty decent job. Blues Rocker says, what's that tune you play where you drum slap it on the neck? You might be talking about Aberdeen Blues by old fucking Book of White. It's one I don't remember how to do because I learned it for the video and didn't retain it in my head. Costanza says, dude, you're an amazing musician. Appreciate that. And King Trump says, propane. Ron says, yeah, Roger Jackson should go to prison for what he did. Honestly, yeah. Something probably should happen to him. Now, I have seen people get beat that bad and be fine and get up and be like, buy me a beer. I mean, I guess that this guy's like a trained fucking MMA fighter, so I guess getting hit by him 20 times is probably a lot worse. But I've seen rednecks do that kind of thing to each other and be fine afterwards. But yeah, this guy, this wrestler, like he ended up in the hospital and was unconscious for like a day or two. Yeah, there should be some kind of fucking repercussions for what happened there. Ron says it was all scripted until he went ape shit and punched the guy's skull in it. Yeah, that was fucking crazy. Blues Rocker says, ever play Hill Stomp Blues by Robert Belfour? There's some Belfour song I did on my Patreon. I can't remember which one it was. Ron says, hate to see that. That set was cool, man. Appreciate that. Costanza says, Southside Chicago bars would legit pay you good money to play. Man, you're seriously great. I'd love to go to Chicago one day, see some of them blues clubs they have up there. Like the only real blues town I've been to is like like up and down the Delta. I've been to the Delta in Memphis. Never been to Chicago. Ron says, I've taken a beating like that and been all right, but it was a knock 'em, drag 'em out fight. And King Trump says, Raja's mama record is 0-1. MMA record is 0-1. He sucks as a fighter. Oh, okay, so he's only had 2 fights? Damn. Robin says, Taylor Swift and Travis K. Is it musical or munchy? I'm not sure who Travis K is. Taylor Swift, can suck my dick, both as an insult and as a proposition for something to do in real life. Ron Swanson says, except when he sucker punches a guy into oblivion. Tony Gordon says, he was only supposed to get in the ring to take the guy down, not hit him as hard as he can. Yeah, he fucked him up. Blues Rocker says, Buddy Guy plays in his bar a few times a week. Usually just sits in with the band for a few tunes, but that would be cool to see. Oh yeah, I'd love to see that shit. I wish he would do one more tour. Like I'd travel to see him. Ron says, laughing his ass off. That shit was funny. Robin says, Travis K is Taylor's pro NFL hubby. It's a tad munchy. They'll probably be divorced in fucking 3 or 4 years. Blues Rocker says, my daughter's seen Buddy Guy and Johnny Lang live. Ron says, suck it both metaphorically and seriously. Yeah, that's my policy on Taylor Swift. Suck it both metaphorically and seriously. Robin says, I saw Buddy Guy in 1994. I could kick myself in the ass for not seeing him when he came to Augusta, Georgia, just 20 miles from me, like about 8 years ago, and I didn't fucking go. My buddy Josh went, who I play in a band with. He was like, that's the best shit ever, man. You should have seen that shit. And now he's retired, like he ain't gonna tour no more, he says. And he's in his fucking 80s, so I believe him. I think I was like flat broke at the time and just couldn't buy tickets to anything. Blues Rocker says, have you played any Book of White tonight? I played Shake 'Em On Down earlier. I'm gonna fucking empty this cigarette butt into my mouth here. Fuck. Still kind of like raw from not smoking for 4 days. And I've been like surprisingly nice like for the past 4 days though. Usually when I quit smoking for a while, like I'm like, motherfucker, I'll fucking kill you, goddammit. Robin Sinkfield says, good sound, Mr. Buddyhead. Smooth. Blues Rocker says, acoustic tunes that are upbeat sound amazing on that Martin. That is a good sounding guitar. Yeah, I mean, it actually sounds better than the fucking expensive one I got. Like, that's about a $400 one that I've been playing. Like, the other one's $2,000. Basil Tiffany says, giving up smoking? Yep, trying to. Yet again. Dennis Troy says, you can do it. Blues Rocker says, I'm heartbroken that you don't have no smokes. Haha, yeah. You know, good for health reasons. Also, getting where I can't finish a fucking club date without my voice like going out and shit. Dennis Troy says, do it. I mean, damn it. You gotta replace it with something. Like, probably should get hooked on crack or something like that, I guess. Robin says, gummy danks always rock on a Siggy quit day. Talking about like fucking THC gummies. Never tried those. Like, only weed I ever did, I smoked. Never tried the fucking edibles. Tony Gordon says, gotta save your voice. They said chewing gum works. Yeah, I've been chewing Trident. Trident sugar-free gum. I mean, a fucking joint like might be pretty cool right now, actually. But yeah, ain't got none. Ain't smoked pot in a long time. Blues Rocker says, you're healthier for quitting smoking. Now get hooked on Viagra and keep the wife happy. Right. I don't need that shit. Shit. Now, we ain't there yet. We ain't in fucking Viagra territory yet. It's like frantically like trying to find things to do with my hands because I can't smoke a fucking cigarette. Is that why fucking Ian Anderson like used to do all this like crazy shit, or like Jello Biafra used to do that too? Let's see. Eric says, "Do any lead belly? I could do some lead belly. Yeah." Guess that means I ought to start tuning the fucking 12 string up. King Trump says you need to try those weed edibles, Ed. See, I'm scared, like with the edibles, that like if I took some, like I'd probably eat like a little too much. And I've got like a very low tolerance for weed because I'd never smoke it. And yeah, I'd probably like eat a few gummies or eat a fucking brownie or something, and be like on goddamn, Saturn or something. Probably fuck me up real bad. Kendra says, "Hi, what's up?" Robin says, "Talk about South living, bro. Talk about it." Taylor says, "Shit, I'd give you a cig if you were out, if I could." Bad influence, Taylor. King Trump says, "Try gummies. It's good." Eric says, "Cool. Black Snake Moans, good stuff." That was an old song by Blind Lemon Jefferson, actually. Okay, this might be the last appearance of the 12 string for a while, because this cheap bastard that I paid $150 for, I don't know if you can see this, the bridge is coming off, like it's peeling off the body, so I'm gonna have to reattach it. I know the action is pretty bad right now, can't really see it on camera. That'll work. Let's see. Mark Walker says that my wife is rubber. Bought her for $60. That's the way to go. Really, they don't talk back. The rubber women. Blues Rocker says, Ed don't need drugs to make him forget shit. His mind is like a steel trap. Music from 1500s to the 1980s. Taylor says, just switch to cigars. Smoke one when you want to chill out. King Trump says he ruined it. Now, Blues Rocker says, make sure to use the right glue when working on that bridge, Ed. I guess wood glue, would that work? I have no idea. Here we go, some lead belly. by way of Kurt Cobain in the Pines.
The longest train I ever saw went down that Georgia line. The engine passed at 6 o'clock, and the cab passed by at 9. In the pines where the sun never shines, and we shivered when the cold wind blows. I asked my captain for the time of day. He said he throwed his watch away. The long steel rail and the short cross tie. I'm on my way back home. In the pines where the sun never shines, and we shiver when the cold wind blows. Little girl, what have I done to make you treat me so? You cause me to weep, you cause me to moan, and you cause me to leave my home. In the pines where the sun never shines, and we shivered when the cold wind blows. In the pines where we showed our behinds, and we shivered when the cold wind blows.
All right. So my version is kind of like an amalgamation of different versions. You know, I'm doing Bill Monroe's lyrics. I first heard the song like being played by Bill Monroe when I was a kid. I grew up on bluegrass. The guitar, basically, you know, Lead Belly's version. And Lead Belly's version, also the version that Kurt Cobain did. So that's where I first heard that version of it. Like him doing it on the MTV Unplugged show. But y'all give me 1 second. I'm going to step outside real quick. Take care of a little bit of man business. I'll be right back. Robin says, that guitar's falling apart. It sure is. He says, players got to play, guitars got to fail. Ron Swanson says, hide glue is what the pros use, but a good wood glue can work. He says, smooth. Robin says, Mr. Bill lyrics. Taylor says, speaking of that song, could you do Lake of Fire Cobain style? That's one I don't know the words to and shit. Arik Jenkins says, sounded good. Kurt's scream at the end is where he kicked it up a notch from Lead Belly. Yeah, he had that cool fucking like high scream and shit. Blues Rocker says, tight bound original wood glue, the luthier's favorite. Allopathic resin glue for joints that are stronger with the wood. Water soluble, cures overnight. See, Blues Rocker says, hide glue wood would be good too. Miller time, yeah. What do y'all got for me, folks? 11:48 up in this bitch. Y'all need to occupy my fucking mind. Y'all need to start like a good conversation so I don't think about fucking cigarettes. Ron says, how's the crime where you live, Ed? Not too bad, not too bad. Aiken's kind of a slow town. I mean, you go like right across the river to Augusta, you might get your shit jacked and stuff. Like, I've been stolen from and all kind of stuff like that, but not terrible crime here. Blues Rocker says, ever see that woman who used Gorilla Glue on her hair? Oh, God. No. That would be interesting. Mahari says, I had to fix several 12-string bridges. I use hide glue or tight bond. Well, I will look into that. Y'all just give me some kind of conversation topic to talk about that does not involve nicotine or nicotine products or rolling things in paper or you know, the Marlboro Man or nothing like that. Blues Rocker says, how's the crime? Sounds like a great place to start a crime organization. Yep. Probably wouldn't make much money here in Aiken, like with a crime organization. And Taylor Langley says, my Jeep got broken into in Seattle. Cops didn't do shit. What pissed me off the most, they broke my window and didn't steal anything. What the fuck? They broke into it and didn't steal shit? Oh, damn. Mari says, also keep them tuned down a half a step and use a capo to bring them into normal tuning. That sounds like a good idea. Might need to try that once I get my bridge fixed. Robin Sinkfield says, hold a big cold burrito in your hand with your cold Pilsy. Enough said. Brownie says, what tips would you give to new guitarists when it comes to playing the blues, particularly when it comes to finger picking? He wrote fingerprinting, but finger picking. Well, just get the thumb down first. Like, just get this part down first. Then start throwing in the fucking index finger. Get the fucking thumb down first. Basically. The blues rocker says that we can talk about the Indian who cried when he floated it. Hang on. When he floated his canoe through trashy water, the guy was actually Italian. Shit. Ron says, how many lawyers does it take to change a light bulb? 3. 1 to climb the ladder, 1 to shake it, and 1 to sue the ladder company. Robin says, that's how to quit smoking. Brownie says, what was the first song you played on guitar? Okay, I might be wrong about this, but I think it might have been the riff to Satisfaction, with my dad's guitar like sitting on my lap, like playing like this, like on my lap, like the probably that. I think so. I think it is. Yeah. Taylor says, you build up calluses so you can't leave any fingerprints, then go rob a bank. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, got no fucking fingerprints here left that would calluses. Well, no, I mean, just on the fucking very tips of my fingers, like on the parts that matter, still got the fucking fingerprints. Ron says, why do they bury lawyers under 20 feet of dirt? Because deep down, they're really good people. Blues Rocker says, Hill Country Slide on your resonator? If I can think of one to play, like a Hill Country song. Ron says, that's a good demo, Ed. Robin says, sounds great, good playing. Ken Gray says, do you run a minor blues scale over major chords? Not sure exactly what you mean there. But I mean, I guess you're talking about like a pentatonic, pentatonic blues scale. It's not as clear cut as it is in like classical style stuff. You can switch to a fucking major scale when you're playing lead, or you can go right back to the pentatonic shit. Like it doesn't really matter. It kind of depends on the fucking song you're playing. But yeah, I mean, yeah, mostly doing like pentatonic shit, like even over major chords in blues music, and sometimes doing like major lead also. Alan Thomas says, here we go. Where's the best place in South Carolina for pimp hats? Well, I bought this in Georgia, in Thompson, Georgia, actually. Not sure where you'd find one in South Carolina. Like, South Carolina's not quite cool enough to have pimp hats all over the place. Blues Rocker says, do you like to listen to Danzig? Yeah, I'm more of a Misfits guy myself, actually. Like, Danzig, I didn't listen to a whole lot. Like, more of a Misfits guy. Robin says, Ron, what can I do? I want to stay in Canada. So to all of us in the chat, what do all of us do, Ron? My background music started here. The Blues Rocker says, Danzig sounds like Elvis and Jim Morrison had a baby. I believe he studied both of those guys. Maybe not, but he sounds like it. I believe he, before the Misfits got started, or when the Misfits were getting started, he actually won a Jim Morrison sound-alike contest or some kind of weird shit like that. I think I remember hearing that. Ron says, what's your situation, Robin? Status, I mean. Taylor Langley says, are you familiar with Jeff Healey? Heard some of his stuff. I believe he kind of like, isn't he from Georgia? Robin says, it's kind of gangster in South Carolina right now. No, like in South Carolina, like as far as the Deep South is concerned, if you had to move here, like if somebody pointed a gun at your head and said you have to move to the Deep South right now, you would probably want to pick South Carolina. South Carolina is probably the most genteel of the fucking Deep South states. I mean, it's got like a more kind of a more genteel history and shit. You know, like started by fucking just rich asshole planters from Britain. You know, like Georgia was a goddamn prison colony. So, you know, you might want to put down roots in Charleston or somewhere like that. Like, you know, good place to be. I'd rather be here than fucking like somewhere in like bumfuck Alabama. But Blues Rocker says Danzig's debut album is worth a listen. Yeah, I've heard it. Oh yeah. Robin says, Ron, my status is Halifax. It is good. Jacob Yarzabek says, do you post more videos to Patreon than to YouTube? I do about a month, fucking video a month on Patreon, like one a month on Patreon. Yep, I have not posted a lot of YouTube videos lately. I should be doing that. Working on one about the top 10 Delta blues artists that you should listen to. Ron says early releases too. Blues Rocker says love the pinch harmonic of John Christ. That was Danzig's guitar guy. Let's see if I can do it. Let me see if I can do it. Let's see. Taylor says, can you do pinch harmonics without a pick, though? That's fucking hard. I don't know. Blues Rocker says, I bet you could sing Danzig tunes. Pinch harmonic with no pick. Let me see. That's pretty hard. Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of hard to do one on this guitar with a fucking pick. Robin says, just play that acoustic. What is music for? The music jacks off the language portion of your brain, basically. Blues Rocker says, love it. I think I need a shot here. I still feel like balls. I quit smoking fucking Sunday. Trying to kind of like override that bad feeling with some fucking, you know, alcohol. Robin says, go swim in a big body of cold, cold H2O. Cosmic Sunbeam sends me all kind of symbols and stuff there. Blues Rocker says, need that SG or PRS for that Danzig tone. Probably the fucking PRS. Like, get good, really good fucking picked harmonics on the fucking PRS. Good, you know, like, what you call it, like a cock rock guitar. Taylor says, I quit smoking 5 minutes ago. Okay, tell y'all what, let me see here. We had that fucking hot shit earlier, that fucking 130 proof bourbon there. Let's lighten things up a little bit. See, Johnny Walker Red Label blended Scotch right here, or some Jameson's Irish whiskey. Y'all tell me, Scotch or Irish? Classic shootout. Blues Rocker says, those pickups in that PRS are gold. They do sound fucking good. Taylor says, what's your thoughts on the Strat version of the PRS? I've never tried one. Didn't know they had one. Blues Rocker says, Jameson's. Taylor says, Scotch. Robin says, I plan on a hot sauna and a cold swim soon. That sounds good. Ron says, yeah, I have my Edward Phillips shot glass ready. And that is available in the Etsy shop right there. He's got that link there. Steve-O says Irish. Ron says Scotch. So looks like we're tied right now. Scotch and Irish neck and neck. Y'all get them votes in. Have us a shot out of the patented Ed Phillips shot glass right here. Blues Rocker says, I like Johnny Walker Black, but I don't care for the red. Well, I mean, yeah, the black is better. It's more expensive and shit. Mark Mack says Jack. Let's see, Mackenzie says Irish. That's another vote for Irish. I ain't got no Jack here. No Jack Daniels. So Irish winning by 1. Get them votes in. I'm fine with either one myself. Miles Ahead says, finger picks and blue notes. Y'all bringing the heat tonight. Taylor says, it's John Mayer's signature guitar, but I was caught up between that and a Music Man Cutlass. Robin says, Ron, I'm moving to BC soon. Probably a Northern Van Hook is up bro. Blues Rocker says, I hope someday you can try the single barrel jack. I might buy that one of these days. So, so far, like Irish, like winning by 1. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Ron says, I live 6 hours from there. Good old BC, Canada. I guess it, what, butt cleaner, Canada, something like that. Fucking with you. All right, let's see. Irish whiskey. Blues Rocker says, know any Irish tunes? Takes like a little bit more alcohol to get me drunk enough for that. Like, I do know a couple. Taylor says, BC got a lot of hippie chicks. Ron says, butt crack. Alan says Irish. Crime on the Macabre says, what is your opinion on Epiphone guitars? Do you feel you can simply change the pickups to Gibson and that's all you need? May I ask, do you agree? That's probably true. I would say that, yeah. Well, I've been playing an Epiphone all night. Epiphone guitars are perfectly fine to me. If you want to change it up to a Gibson PAF, can't hurt none. But here we go. Let's pour this shot here. Taylor says, butt crack. I got a lot of hippie chicks. I'd read that. Blues Rocker says, Black Waterside. Ron says, sure does. Taylor, Miles Ahead says, keep them videos coming. Yeah, I'm trying to. Ain't put one out like a regular video out in a while. Need to. Taylor says, what's your go-to guitar when you gig? Lately, I've been bringing the SG, the Gibson SG, and the Paul Reed Smith, and sometimes a Stratocaster. Blues Rocker says the tuning on Blackwater's side is different, isn't it? Not sure. Here we go. Cheers. L'chaim, Kim Pai, Saludos, Prost, Skull, all that good stuff. Right down the hatch with some Irish whiskey. Alan Thomas says single barrel is nice. Let me look up the current price of single barrel Jack Daniels. Hang on. Price is kind of like all over the place. $70, 57, 36. Got to see what that costs at the local liquor store. About time for a song here. See if I can think of one. Mackenzie says, have you played John Henry? I can do that. All right. That'd be a good one. Got to retune though. Some blues from the fucking Appalachian Mountains, probably around West Virginia. That's probably where that song originated. We're not quite sure.
John Henry was a little baby boy. You could hold him in the palm of your hand. His papa cried out, there's a lonesome farewell. Son gonna be a steel driving man, Lord, Lord. Gonna be a steel driving man. John Henry went up up the mountain. He looked down the other side. The mountain was so tall, John Henry was so small. Laid down his hammer and he cried, Lord, Lord. Laid down his hammer and he cried. John Henry walked through the tunnel, had his captain by his side. The last words that John Henry spoke rang in me. A cool drink of water before I die, Lord, Lord. A cool drink of water before I die. John Henry told his captain, I wanna go to bed. Well, fix me a pallet, I wanna lie down. Got a mighty roar in my head, Lord, Lord. I got a mighty roar in my head. John Henry.
Old ass stuff, like maybe possibly like written like just after the fucking Civil War. Taylor says he sends a $5 super chat. He says, could you do SRV, tightrope, or crossfire? Don't know either of those, but I can do you some SRV. Thank you very much for that $5 super chat, dude. I appreciate that a lot. Super chats are the life of the show. If y'all feel like tipping me, just go down to that fucking $sign below the chat there. And yeah, I'm basically busking here. I don't put ads on these. So I can do some SRV, man. Like not one of those songs, but we'll do like some cold shot. How about that? And of course, today is the fucking 35th anniversary of Stevie Ray Vaughan, like tragically dying in a helicopter crash.
Once was a sweet thing, baby. Held that love that I had. Now I see you out somewhere. Won't give me the time of day. That's a cold shot now. Yeah, that's a drag. That's a cold shot now. Don't let our love go bang. Remember the way that you love me. Do anything I say. Now I reach, kiss your lips, just don't mean a thing. That's a cold shot now. Yeah, that's a drag. It's a cold shot now. Don't let our love go bad. I really meant I was sorry for ever causing you pain. Shows your appreciation by walking out anyway. That's a cold shot now. Well, it's a drag. That's a cold shot now. Don't let our love go bad. Too bad. So sad.
Mackenzie says, well done. Love that one. Appreciate that. Ron says, hell yeah. Blues Rocker says, I heard Jerry Reed tried toothpicks to quit smoking, but he just did both. Robin says, that's all right, Mr. Phillips. We'll do you right. Canada, right. Miles Ahead says, Lord have mercy. Lonesome Stranger says, Life by the Drop. That's one I don't know. Wish I knew that one. Taylor says, Noise. Rip SRV. And Mark Walker says, yay, my fave. Robin says, Mr. Ray Vaughn was my local town guitar boss back in Kentucky as a kid. Now I'm full Canadian, and I do have handstands. Y'all give me 1 second. I'm going to step outside and take care of a little bit of man business. I'll be right back. These beers are like going right through me. I will fucking play a little fucking background music here. Taylor says, they say you're safer flying than driving, but why did half famous musicians die in plane crashes? Don't add up. Yeah, really. I mean, they fucking fly so much, you know. I've never been on the fucking death tube, like, or a helicopter, like no planes or helicopters, so couldn't tell you. Fuck a damn airplane. Blues Rocker says, need to fly with weed and leave your feet on the ground. Ron says, killed it, Ed. Appreciate that. Lonesome Stranger says, a Saturday night is play music on the porch day. Ron says, right on, Robin. Grab me a fucking beer here. Blues Rocker says, I listen to much Joe Walsh. I know the hits. I mean, I play Rocky Mountain Way at some gigs and stuff. But my dad liked him a lot. Like if you asked me, probably my favorite Joe Walsh song, like, life's been good to me so far. Blues Rocker says, I like Big Tits. It's a song that was funny. But that's one he did. Robin says, Ron, it is your kingly duty to grant Mr. Phillips full Canadian status. Blues Rocker says, yes. Ron says, I think it's funny when they call people who don't fly scared of flying. They're not scared of flying. They're scared of falling out of the sky and ending up in a fireball. Correct, yeah. Like with me, like I fucking hate airports. I don't want to be in a fucking like an enclosed space with some fat fuck like sitting next to me for 14 hours and just stuff like that. I'm afraid of heights, like really afraid of heights, and I'd rather take a ship or something. I guess just give me the fucking Titanic. And Blues Rocker says, I like tits for breakfast, Egg Benedict tits, and Joe Walsh. Ron says, I would if I could. We could say we're long lost brothers or something. But he has the same name. I would vouch for him. Now, just like never had like any desire to get on an airplane and go somewhere. I mean, like I've seen enough of the country to know that most people like across the planet are probably stupid, and I don't want to see them. And so I'm just gonna stay home and just drive places and not fly. Kind of a fucking modernity thing to me too. Like I just fucking hate like rampant modernity, and I've heard like planes and airports. Like I've been to several airports, not been on a fucking plane, but I've heard those are like way too fucking like complicated and stupid and modern for my taste. So not gonna get on one. Lonesome Stranger says R.L. Burnside tunes. I played one earlier. Actually, Ron says, sure, that's my American half-brother Ed. Cosmic Sunbeam says, Cannabis. Taylor says, fuck airports. Yeah, I fucking hate airports. Have to drop my wife off at airports. you ever like wondered if there were too many people on the planet? Like, go to fucking the Atlanta International Airport. Robin says, that's right, Ron. Good thinking. It'll work. Ron says, airports are the worst part of flying. Well, I mean, like, well, what about being on the fucking death tube, like hurtling through the air at, like, I don't know, like 600 miles an hour, like however fast they go. Miles Ahead says, any chance we get some Hooker, Reed, or Hopkins in the mix? I can do some Lightning Hopkins for you, or some John Lee Hooker. Any suggestions? Sebastian Halfpenny says, hey, brother, I made her in a little late to the party, but what's up tonight? Well, I'm having a kind of a, you know, weird, awkward night because I quit smoking 4 days ago, and so like my fucking brain is like missing the nicotine that makes like 50% of my brain matter up, and so I guess we're doing okay. Frank Morgendorfer says, Homebird Ed, modern airports are one of the circles of hell along with shopping malls. Very true, very true. Blues Rocker says, hip shot tuners as well as Grovers and Gotch. Goto. I'd go for Grovers. Taylor Langley says, airport charges like $20 for a beer too. That's true. Ron says, hey, Sebastian, how you doing? Sebastian says, Mom says, take a boat like the pirate you are. Yeah, really, yeah. I'd fucking rather like take a boat on the fucking ocean for like, you know, a week or whatever, like to go somewhere than like fly on a plane for 6 or 7 hours. Ron says, that's what I say too, Sebastian. Blues Rocker says, I quit smoking for a year. I gained about 20 pounds, started smoking again, and didn't lose a pound. Oh, shit. Blues Rocker says, refresh the stream time. I believe I got a glitch there. Let me refresh this real quick. There we go. So Ron says, at least trains and boats are quiet, comfortable, and not so crowded. Yeah. You know, like driving fucking 8 hours to Memphis. Rather do that than like fly 2 or 3 hours to Memphis because heights suck and I hate the fucking death tube. Sebastian says, hey, Ron, Mom's doing fish fry tonight. Shit ton of haddock on the go. How's everyone in your neck of the woods? I wish I kind of had, I fucking wish I had haddock here, like to do a fish fry. Like I was frying fish like when I was a kid. My dad was frying fish. It were like, you know, like bass and brim and shit from the pond that tasted like goddamn mud. Like haddock would be pretty fucking cool. Ron Swanson says, I took a 350-kilometer boat trip last year to our west coast. That sounds cool. Yeah, like having to eat pond fish growing up kind of ruined me on fish, like goddamn, you know, catfish and fucking brims and bass and, you know, shit like that, crappies. Blues Rocker says, planes, trains, and automobiles love fish and chips, Ron says. Kind of a fucking, like a creepy crawlies guy, like as far as seafood. I like octopus and squid and stuff like that. Shellfish. Taylor says, just bought a sailboat. Damn, you rich fucker. Plan to sail the Caribbean and bang chicks while working remote. Well, more power to you, man. Ron says, The Blue Rocker, one of my all-time funniest movies. Robin says, a train and boat nowadays, too, is fancy and jazzy. Blues Rocker says, what's that smells like fish? I can do that for you. Okay. We can do some Blind Boy Fuller. Ron says, Nothing to Lose would kill Ed, I'm sure. Funniest movie ever. Alrighty. What's that smells like fish? Trying to cover up my my nicotine neuroses by drinking like more alcohol tonight. So
What's that smell like fish, mama? Fruity, if you really wanna know. What's that smell like fish, mama? Fruity, if you really wanna know. Smell like sardines and it ain't no can. It's the same damn thing you chuck the other man. Well, what's that smell like fish, mama? Fruity, if you really wanna know. Fruity, if you really wanna know. What's that smell like fish, mama? Fruity, if you really wanna know. What's that smell like fish, mama? Fruity, if you really wanna know. Smell like pudding and it ain't no pie. It's the same damn thing, you know you have to try with. What's that smell like fish, mama? Fruity, if you really wanna know. Fruity, if you really wanna know. What's that smell like fish, mama? Fruity, if you really wanna know. What's that smell like fish, mama? Fruity, if you really wanna know. Smell like sardines and it ain't no can. It's the same damn thing you chunk the other man with. What's that smell like fish, mama? Fruity, if you really wanna know. Fruity, if you really wanna know. What's that smell like fish, mama? Fruity, if you really wanna know. What's that smell like fish, mama? Fruity, if you really wanna know. Make you weep and it'll make you moan. It's the same damn thing that made me leave my home. What's that smell like fish, mama? Fruity, if you really wanna know. Fruity, if you really wanna know.
the Piedmont Blues right there out of North Carolina. Put my air back on and get some background music going here. Robin says a train and I just missed it. Let's see, train and boat nowadays too. It's fancy and jazzy. Blues Rocker says, what's that smells like fish? All right, I played that. Ron says, Nothing to Lose would kill. Just read that. Ron says, you're doing great, man. Trying to. Kind of scatterbrained tonight. Like got like the fucking nicotine that used to make up like 50% of my brain chemistry. Chad Thompson says, what's up, Ed? And you learn any of the Reverend Horton Heat songs? I'll have to get those for you. And Ron says he played Diddy earlier. Sebastian says the ferry here is going to Newfoundland. Just dropped its price by half. It's a 16-hour venture. All trimmings akin to a cruise for $50 one way. Ron, you might know of this. That sounds pretty cool. Robin says Canada and a bunch of Mr. Phillips would fix Kid Rock up good in Fox Corp. Sebastian says never been to St. John's, Newfoundland, but I hear it's a time, blocks of rockin' bars, so I hear. The Blues Rocker says Ed the Tuna, Little Red Rooster, what style of blues would that be labeled? Chicago blues, like that's kind of where fucking Helen Wolf was operating in Chicago. Early Chicago blues artist from the Delta, but went up to Chicago. Taylor says, could you do some Albert King? All right, might in just a minute. All right. Jody says, good song. Guess the cold front hasn't gone your way. 65 here, taste of fall. Well, it's about 85 here today. Like in the midday, it was about 85. And for August in the South, that's pretty much a cold front. So yeah, felt great here today. Alan says, Sebastian Halfpenny from where in Newfoundland? From where to Newfoundland? Taylor says 85 is nice. Yeah, that's really nice for August in South Carolina. Ogma says, hi Ed, are you familiar with a local guy, Stuart Mass? I don't think I've heard of him. Sebastian says from North Sydney, which is in Cape Breton, Nova Scotia, about an hour and a half from me. Ron says, I didn't know it was anywhere near the inexpensive, Sebastian. That's crazy. Blues Rocker says, it's 59 Fahrenheit here in Indiana tonight. Well, you are a lucky man. Fuck you. I'm jealous. I wish it was 59 right now here. In fact, like 59 would be cool like all year here, actually. Ellen says, same in Chicago. Ron says, it was 95 Fahrenheit here today in Canada. Fuck. Sebastian says, 15 degrees Celsius here. It's actually is cooling down. Fall is in the air. Except in Ron's part of Canada. Like in Western Canada, in British Columbia. Blues Rocker says, I'm so stoned it don't matter what the weather is like. Robin says, how about minus 20? Okay, that would kind of suck. Taylor says, I'd take the heat over the cold any day. No, I like the fucking cold. I'm a fucking mammal, and I'm a Northern European. Cold's fine with me. Ron says, summer gets good and hot. Ron says, in 5 weeks, it'll get down to freezing at night here. 5 weeks, it'll still be like hot as fuck outside here. Blues Rocker says, minus 20 would suck and be a buzz killer. I don't know, like summer in South Carolina, it is just like oppressive, like humid, hot as fuck, and it just, you don't want to go outside. And I fucking hate it. Like, I hate summer in South Carolina. Winter here is like pretty cool, like kind of mild. Like might have a few like really like nut freezing days, but pretty agreeable. Ron says it is, man. Taylor says go to Louisiana. That ain't shit. I bet fucking Louisiana's worse. Yeah. Or probably Florida too. Blues Rocker says, weed can't make cold weather better. I'd have to be loaded to stay warm. Yeah, like fucking being drunk, or drinking some goddamn whiskey or something, like that will make cold weather better. Ron says, it's sobering when it's minus 20 and below. I bet. The lowest temperature I've seen here in South Carolina, probably about somewhere in the teens, like 14 degrees, something like that. Like Fahrenheit. Ron says Florida would be hell in the summer. Probably. Oh yeah. Like all that fucking humidity. Like the humidity like makes heat worse. It makes it where you can't like evaporate sweat from your skin. So it just makes you like that much hotter. Taylor says, Ron, that's what you got that's why you got the beach. Mark Walker says, winter here is great in Tampa. The home of death metal, Tampa, Florida. The coolest kind of metal, death metal. Jody says, I like cold, but not that cold. Yeah, fucking like minus 20. That would probably be like too much for me. And I'm sure that happens all the time in Canada. Like never happened here. Taylor says, in Louisiana, you walk outside and hit the humidity like a freight train, can hardly breathe. Ron says, yeah, if you live on the ocean, it would be better. Ogma says, are you off the smokes, Ed? Yeah. Haven't smoked since Sunday morning. You know, not really feeling normal. Like, not yet, at least. Been 4 days, but my brain's still kind of fucked up. Like, you know, nicotine made up about 50% of my body for a while, so kind of readjusting to life without nicotine. And probably been drinking a little too much tonight to kind of cover up for the lack of nicotine. Ron says, negative 20 is where it starts to suck. If there's a wind, it's brutal. Yeah, I've never experienced anything like that, like below zero temperatures like that. Blues Rocker says takes about a month. Robin says it is minus 20 on Atlantic days is okay, no wind though. Ron says worked in negative 30 in the bush before. That's where my limit is. Yeah, that goddamn. I mean, like somebody like me who's not used to that kind of thing would probably like literally die in that, like just not being used to it. Ogma says, you could do it, man, if you want to. I was nearly 50 when I quit. I fucking got to where I couldn't like finish a goddamn club date without my damn voice like going out. Probably like age catching up with me or something. Still a bit coffee. Ron says probably. Well, shot anyone? I'd probably do, probably go to like 1:30 maybe. Let me see here. Ron says, you bet. Blues Rocker says, I keep losing internet, 6 megabytes per second speed, and is having trouble tonight. God damn. That's, hey, you gotta work on that. Get your ISP to come out there and, like, work on that fucking speed there. Miles says, bring on the Delta Magic muddy Mississippi waters anyway. All right, I'll do some muddy for you. Here we go. Battle of the fucking white liquors. We got some Beefeater London Dry Gin here. And we got some totally legal, I promise you it's totally legal, Carolina spring water. Y'all tell me, spring water or gin? Jody says, I've got my smokes down to only when I drink. So 1 or 2 nights a week. I need to just quit. Probably a good idea. Get Fiddle says, really like those banjo songs earlier. I appreciate that. Got to fix that tuner on that fucking thing. Taylor says, spring water. Got to stay hydrated, brother. Chad says gin. Ron says gin. Robin says it's a giant platform of musical know-how, folks. That's what it is. Blues Rocker says the way I live way out in the country and they won't upgrade my lines, so I get the fastest speed available. It sucks. I kind of live in the country, and they got me pretty good. Like a few years ago when they put in the fucking like fiber optics. I'm doing pretty good now. Alan says Carolina spring water. So we got a tie now between gin and spring water. Mark Walker says spring water. Jody says spring water. Robin says, what I dig is air conditioning. Right. That's cool, yeah. Especially in South Carolina. Air conditioning rocks around here. Looks like spring water's winning now. Blues Rocker says gin. I believe it's going to be the fucking spring water. We'll play some fucking Muddy Waters after that. Yeah, nice lady I know brought this to me at a recent show. Told me it was totally legal, like it's been taxed, bonded, paid for, and all that good stuff. The government approves of it, so just good old spring water. Got to be hydrated. Some of the smoothest spring water ever, too. Like, don't even give me the fucking weird face, Taylor says, you got a P.O. box? I'd send you some 100 proof Filipino holy water. Well, email me and I'll give you my fucking address and stuff. Like I've had like Ron Swanson send me some cigars and things like that, and morels. Blues Rocker says, have you been enjoying those acoustic Sundays? Hey, good songs you're sending me, man. Those are cool. All right, here we go. L'chaim, cheers, saludos, like Prost, skull, all that good stuff. Nozdrovia, right down the hatch from the patented Ed Phillips blue shot glass. A little bit of good old Carolina spring water right here. Let's do some Muddy Waters.
Got my mojo working, but it just don't work on you. Got my mojo working, but it just don't work on you. I'm so in love with you, woman, I don't know what to do. I'm going down to Louisiana, gonna get me a mojo hand. I'm going down to Louisiana, gonna get me a mojo hand. I'm gonna have all you women's right in the palm of my hand. Got my mojo mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working, but it just don't work on you. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working, but it just don't work on you. I got a gypsy woman giving me advice. I got a gypsy woman giving me advice. I got a whole lot of tricks keeping him on ice. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working. Got my mojo working, but it just don't work on you.
Robin says, what I dig is air conditioning. Let's see. Blues Rocker says, I order his merch and you get his mailing address with the receipt. Yep. Y'all can come and stalk me and rape me and kill me and stuff. Like just buy my fucking coffee cups and stuff like that. You get my address. Robin says, quitting smoking is good for your skin, man. Good for playing too, obviously. I appreciate that. Blues Rocker says, I need to call it a night. Loved hanging out with everyone. Looking forward to your next live stream. Peace from Indiana. See you later, Blues Rocker. Jody says, great song. Move the button music. Miles Ahead says, got my foot tapping, my head nodding, my mojo working right along with Ed. Cool. Ron says, fuck yeah, Ed. And Mark Walker says, good night, Blues Rockers. Taylor says, I only smoke when I drink, and I drink when I smoke. Alan Thomas says, see ya, Blues. What do y'all got for me? Talk to me, people. Y'all give me 1 second. I'm going to step outside and take a little bit of a piss, and I'll be right back. Ron says, Ed, you're doing great tonight, man. I appreciate it. Trying to, with like half my brain working because I quit smoking a few days ago. Ron says, what's the best thing you guys ate this week? Trick question. Jody says, that was a good song, Taylor. The best thing I ate this week, let's see. I had my favorite dish, fucking... hang on. So like a nasal shit. Had my favorite dish, fucking spaghetti carbonara, like yesterday. And also cooked some fucking beef bourguignon, like some classic French stuff. So yeah, that's my kind of stuff. Ellen says, Ed, do you like porters and stouts? Love them, love them. Love some dark beer. Kind of hard to find a good like porter in America that's not like got like peanut butter and chocolate and like all kind of weird like vanilla and shit mixed with it. Like, I kind of love, I fucking love a straight like London style porter. Love me a good Guinness stout. Ron says, both for me. Ron says, geek, oh nice. Taylor says, did your mama count? Yeah, here in America, like all these kind of craft breweries, they've kind of become smart asses, and they want to make like porters with like bullshit mixed in, and stouts with like bullshit mixed in with it. I'd like a pure porter or a pure stout. No fucking vanilla, no fucking chocolate, no fucking coffee, no fucking peanut butter, whatever the fuck. Ron says, I enjoyed a taco laughing my ass off. Mark says, I need an Inogen oxygen unit. My lungs are fried. Jody says, do you like Tank 7? I don't think I know Tank 7. Is that a beer? What y'all got for me? Americans, thoughts on American craft beer? I believe it's like fucking declined in the past 10 years. When I first started brewing, and when like craft beer like just got big in America about 20 years ago, it was really cool. You could get like really cool stuff. Now I think it's like a bunch of like shitty fucking IPAs and like a couple of weird like hipster beers now, like on the shelf at the store. Kind of pisses me off. Alan Thomas says, bingo. That's what I wanted to hear. North Coast Brewery out of California called Old Rasputin. I agree. I hate that candy. I've heard of Old Rasputin. Ain't that like a damn like a Russian Imperial stout? Ron says, I like Italian food. I mean real Italian food. That's really awesome. That's how I learned to cook, like making like authentic fucking Italian food. Talking like the real shit from the Italian peninsula, like not Americanized stuff. Jody says, yes, beer, very strong, from Boulevard Company in KC, Kansas City, I guess. Alan says, beer, you are right. A Sun's Open Journal says, yeah, they do that to porters and stouts to market it to those who don't like porters and stouts. Yeah, very much, yeah, very, very true, yeah. Taylor says, all IPAs, and they all taste the same, right. Too many hazy IPAs. Yeah, just like a fucking pale ale with 10 pounds of fucking hops in it. It just tastes like fucking a pine tree, like a crossed with a fucking pot plant, Back in the day, like when craft beer like first got popular, like an IPA was like a cool thing, like every now and then, just like an occasional kind of like novelty. But now it's like half the fucking craft beers on the shelf, over half. Chad Thompson says, yeah, I normally drink Blue Moon. Sam Adams Oktoberfest is out now in this area. Yeah, Sam Adams Oktoberfest, one of the greatest fucking beers ever. I kind of remember when craft beer like first got popular in my area, about 25 years ago, something like that. I started brewing when I was 19 years old, before I could even legally buy alcohol. And like when it first got popular, it was pretty cool. Now, like, it's just stupid shit, like IPA this, IPA that, you know, maybe like a vanilla peanut butter and jelly porter, some stupid shit like that. Like nothing fucking traditional, no kind of like British like traditional porter or fucking pale ale, something like that. And Taylor says, plus they charge us like $10 for a pint and $25 for a cheeseburger and expect a tip on top. Alan says, bars that have bullshit craft beer, yeah, a lot of them do. Ron says, a hipster wannabe doofus beer has taken over. Very much, sir. Yeah, very much. Yeah. Chad says, IPA tastes like hairspray. Right, right. Ron says, a pine tree crossed with grapefruit zest. It used to be really good for like a novelty, but it's fucking like 2/3 of the fucking craft beers on the shelf now. Taylor says, I like a Pilsner or a lager. Ron says, Pilsner's a dark horse favorite of mine. Yeah, like a Pilsner Urquell, like very good Pilsner, the OG Pilsner, in fact. Miles Ahead says, any contemporary blues artist you'd recommend checking out? I don't know anybody like about after SRV died, probably. So I couldn't tell you. Ron's, give me one reason to stay here. Who's that? Give me one reason to stay here, and I turn right back around. Ron says, I like all beer if it tastes balanced. And like a fucking IPA is like intentionally unbalanced. Like this intentionally got too many hops in it. Taylor says, you can't go wrong with an ice cold Rolling Rock. Some good old American piss beer. Some good stuff. I fucking like Rolling Rock. Ron says, yeah, I agree. Taylor says, and it's $11 for an 18 pack. Jody says, Tank 7 is 8.5%. What style? Ron says, some craft ales even taste like IPA now. It's a bullshit trend. Yeah, just put too many fucking hops in a beer and sell it. Yeah. Like ridiculous. Tracy Chapman, yeah. Give me one reason to stay here. I would probably call Sierra Nevada Pale Ale like a fucking IPA. They don't label it that on the fucking can, but I would call it that because it's very hop heavy. Again, I really love Sierra Nevada IPA. Sierra Nevada Pale Ale. Tank 7 says, what style? Jody says it's a Belgium Pale Ale. Like a low kind of, like a low hop content. Maybe like a more malty beer. It's what Belgian beers tend to be. Mr. Grateful says Sierra Nevada is hoppy for sure, but doesn't have that pine tree aftertaste. It's more like grapefruit, like those Cascade hops, right? Ron says I call those people vegetable and granola folks. Right. Yeah. Hipsters. Taylor says I only drink IPAs when I'm drunk, and that's all what's on tap. A Sun's Open Journal says Eel River Steelhead from the Northwest U.S. has a good balance. It's kind of like a Northwest style pale ale or something. Ron says which lots of IPAs use. Yeah, Cascade hops, yeah. And Mark says beer is my pain reliever. Sun's Open Journal says yeah. I kind of found craft beer by accident when I was a teenager because, I could buy like beer kits to make my own beer before I was old enough to drink. So I bought like craft beer kits, and I think the first beer I ever made was a Scotch ale, very malty, like low hop beer. It was like, oh, this is pretty cool. Like, it's way better than fucking like the fucking Natty Light I've been drinking and stuff. Right. Get Fiddle says I don't drink Bud Light. Taylor Langley says I don't drink Bud Light either. I was fucking boycotting Bud Light about like 15 years before the fucking boycott happened. Taylor Langley says, I'll tell you what, the amount of shit they put in American beer is unreal. You can cut it with like rice and corn and stuff. Taylor says, I went to the Philippines for a month, had 6.8% beer, drinking every night, and still managed to get in shape. That's pretty cool. Sebastian says, if Mom wants to know who remembers Wonder Wine, I never had Wonder Wine, but we used to have like Boone's Farm around here. And Ron says, Canadian $6.99. How about some Big Bill, please? All right, I'll do that for you. Thank you very much for that, Ron. Super chats are the life of the show. I really do appreciate that. We'll do some Big Bill for you. Big Bill Brunsey, good old blues singer. Let's do Good Liquor Carry Me Down. How about that?
I know a little girl, about 16 years old. She said, Bill, stop drinking, I will satisfy your soul. Well, I just keep on drinking. I keep on drinking. Well, I just keep on drinking till good liquor carry me down. When I wake up in the morning, holding the bottle tight. When I go to bed, mama's a gallon out of sight. Well, I just keep on drinking. I keep on drinking. I'm gonna keep on drinking till good liquor carry me down. Fuck. When I went to the doctor with my head in my hands, The doctor said, Big Bill, I think I'll have to give you a monkey glance. I just keep on drinking. I keep on drinking. I'm gonna keep on drinking till good liquor carry me down. My woman told me stop drinking and come on home. If you don't Big Bill, some man gonna carry your business home. But I just keep on drinking. I keep on drinking. I'm gonna keep on drinking till good liquor carry me down.
Big Bill Brunsey, there's a song he did back in the 40s there. Old jump blues song he played on the fucking piano and shit. Chad says, Ed, did you learn any of the Bounty songs? I've not yet got to learn them. Ron says, I'm making an alcoholic ginger beer, hard apple cider, and a cracked corn and barley mash recipe with just a little rye. Mark says, yeah, jamming. Alan says, Ron Swanson sounds intriguing. Would love to sample those creations. Yeah, I would too. He says, like a cracked corn and barley mash, a sort of a George Washington recipe with a little rye. Yeah, he made like a rye liquor, I believe. George Washington did. Robin says, ooh, holla out loud, chat. Ron says, thanks, Ed. Love that song. Stein Eric Volstad says, hello from Norway. What's up, man? How you doing? Taylor says, can you do Villanova Junction, Hendrix? Maybe a little bit of it. Get Fiddle says, awesome. Ron says, fatty natties have a place in my heart, no doubt. What, like the fucking natty light or natty ice? Robin says, thank you, Ron. Muchas gracias. Ron says, yeah, he used to make one with corn, barley, and rye. Ron says, de nada. Jody says, nice. Taylor says, nice. Appreciate y'all. Ellen says, Ed, where do you like to get your guitars? Anywhere, like online. People give them to me. I get them at Guitar Center sometimes. Just kind of depends. Like if I see one I like, I might, show my interest in it and shit. But that guitar back there, that fucking Lucille, came from like a good buddy of mine. He used to be my roadie, and he died of like a stroke a couple of years ago. And like the acoustic you see me playing, that was my dad's. I believe he bought that online like about 20 years ago. We'll probably go to like 1:30 maybe. Ron says, solo hablo un poco de español. Let's see, that's, I speak a little Spanish, I think. Mark says, blues goes so far back, it's really cool stuff. Yep, somebody's got to keep it going, you know. Probably about 10 or 15 years, rock is going to be in the same place as blues. Like, it's going to be like so fucking obscure and fucked that somebody's going to have to like sit here on YouTube and keep it alive and shit, right? Ron says, my grandma was fluent. She was white, but lived there for a while. Ron says, yeah, good one, Ed. You know, like nobody in my family like speaks a different language except my wife. She speaks a little bit of Chinese. Ron says, Ed is the champion of the blues, like a caped crusader, unapologetic and unwilling to compromise. I try to be. I'm Cheese says, vaping baboon grease is not cannibalism, but it's extremely dangerous. Does it get you high? Ron says, make a comic called The Blues Man. Right. Mark Walker says, yep, exactly.
I'll be coming home soon.
Blues Man for truth, justice, and cheap, shitty old guitars. Ron says that definitely counts. That shit is. He says it definitely counts. That shit is tough. Miles Ahead says, turn up La Guitarra. Let's feel like experience. Talking about Hendrix. Who was that on your fucking like your profile pic there, Miles Ahead? I can't see it good enough. It's too small. Who was that on there? Ron says, eating Homo sapiens is not cannibalism. He says, haha. Got to investigate this. Who is the fucking profile pic on Miles Ahead's picture? I can't look it up. Like, damn it. Go to channel. Let's see. See if I can find it. Oh, that's Muddy Waters. Oh, okay. Good choice of a fucking profile pic there, Miles Ahead. Had to find his profile to see it big enough. And Jody says, do you know manic depression? I don't know the fucking words, but I can play it like a little bit. Let me see here. Little bit of manic depression there, like probably fucked it up, but you know, been a long time since I played that one. Ron says, sidekick, blues boy. Taylor says, don't worry, Hendrix forgot the words to his songs all the time. He did. Like, listen to him live, like he fucks up shit all the time. Ron says, but why did he count to his starting fret before performing live? I had no idea why he did that. But I kind of take after Hendrix. He was my biggest hero on the electric guitar. And I fuck stuff up all the time and forget lyrics, just like he did. So, Delve guy says, whoever wrote Watchtower, I think it was Springsteen, that was Dylan. But when I heard it, it sucked. He did it right. Bob Dylan wrote Watchtower. Jody says, good shit, thanks. I sang the words, LOL. Ron says, head fret markers. Alan says, deliver 'em. One second here. Alan says, ignore that. Yeah, put on some background music here. Got about 5 minutes here. Probably going to get off of here pretty soon. Mark Walker says, me and Blues Boy nailed them with our harmonicas. Ron says, troll people and count frets, Ed. Right. Get me another beer. This one's here full. Ron says, what is the worst beer you ever tried? Like I'll probably not count fucked up beers I made that were tainted or spoiled or something. I'd say a Zingu. Fucking hate Zingu. Like a very sweet stout from somewhere in South America. Fucking hated it. Did not like it at all. Like, too sweet. Miles Ahead says, sure thing, talking Jimmy Brother, a psychedelic blues all the way. I love me some Jimmy, like Jimi Hendrix got me into electric. Alan Thomas says, great night as usual. Taylor Langley says, I think when Jimmy countered Fred, he was just nervous until he locked in on the music. Ron says, the best shot I ever had was off a woman. Not sure what it was, though. Hey, I've done the same thing. I've had a shot of scotch off a woman's goopies one time. Ron says, never seen that one. But anyway, how about a shot for the road, y'all? Let me see what I got here. We'll just do a classic Scotch versus Irish shootout. Jameson's Irish whiskey versus Red Label Johnny Walker. Y'all tell me Scotch or Irish. Mark Walker says, thanks, man. Had a great time. Martian Murray says, Scotch. Ron says, it was good, right? Yeah. Just poured the shot down the tit and, had to sit there on the side, kind of like that. Get Fiddle says, good time, thanks. So 2 votes for Scotch. Shot of Tomatin, actually. Let's see, Scotch, Irish. Ron says, mine was a chiseled belly. She had abs. Shit. Grateful Ed says, I can't make this too easy, Irish. Kind of tied now, a Scotch, Irish, yeah, okay. Tied between Scotch and Irish. Y'all help me break this tie here. Get your votes in there. Your vote counts. Come on, need more votes. We're tied here. Taylor says Scotch. Okay. Chad says Scotch. Scotch is pulling ahead. Ron says, okay, Mr. Grateful Ed, we like controversial ideas here. Some Johnny Walker. And Delve Guy says Scots Irish. I think that's a nationality. Yeah, I mean, like my family fucking claimed to be Scots Irish until we did our DNA, and it was like 80% fucking English. So. Chad Thompson says, sorry, Ed, didn't hear if you had any the Bounty songs figured out yet. I still got to work on those. Ron says, that's more or less what it is. Welsh mixed in for sure. Yep. All right. Shot of Johnny Walker Red here. Miles Ahead says, I'll break the tie. Bourbon for me. Straight, no chaser. I don't ever use chaser on here. We don't fucking do chasers on this show. We're fucking men around here. Delve Guy says, Big Limey too. Ron says, the English lords took a lot of women. Yep. All right, here we go. Cheers, L'chaim, Prost, Saludos, all that good stuff. Nostrovia, right down the hatch. You know, I fucking got surprised when my sister did her DNA test. Like about 80% Greater London. So Southern England. Mr. Grateful says, no chasers. I do use Jack Daniels sometimes to melt ice. Ron says, Skull. But anyway, y'all, I guess we'll play the fucking closing theme. I might see y'all this weekend. Maybe Saturday. I'm going to a show Friday to see somebody that's not me playing, but somebody else. Taylor says, I'm half white trash and half Mexican. I'm fully white trash, so I'm more pure than you are. Ron says, is she younger than you? You talking about like my wife? Like a year younger? Yeah, she's 40. Got to be 41. Let's see here. Ron says, cool, thanks for your time, Ed. Good show. Miles Ahead says, Chaser, that's for pop tunes. Around here is straight up like the mojo working. Sebastian says, all right, brother. Great job on the tunes. Thanks for the chat. We'll catch you next time. All right, man. Ron says, your sister, she's about 6 years younger than me. Like she's like 30, 36, something like that. Yeah. And Frank Morgendorfer says, thanks, Ed, for your time. Here we go. Thank y'all. Good to see y'all. Might see y'all Saturday. Maybe, maybe Saturday. And probably we'll see y'all next week on Wednesday. Same bat time, same bat channel, 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. If you don't know what that is, just fucking look up New York time. Like I'm on the same time as New York City. So just like, what time is it in New York City? Google that. That's what I'm on here, 8:30. So, alrighty. Let's see what we got. Ron says, take it easy, Ed. And Alan says, thanks, Ed. Everyone, excellent night. Appreciate y'all. Mark Walker says, it was fun, y'all. The best of music. All right, see y'all next time. I'm going to end it right here.